All right, so we have a little bit of last time on Dungeons and Dragons to do. Where did we start last session?
I'm gonna let Josh do it because he's the freshest.
So someone
We
who
were-
isn't
started
who-
last session with Griffel coming out of her trials. But there was some like retconning of time because there was a discussion about a map that she made.
Did you watch the session?
I did.
Oh, wow.
No, he's making that up. He's
4
riffing.
hours ago.
You thought I was lying?
That part of it, I was like, maybe you could have, talked to Kylie about it or something. But I was like, if he watched the whole session and wants to do a recap, like by all means.
Oh, I super duper just figured it out myself. No worries.
Figured what out?
dice
How
thing.
to do the dice thing. I am very smart. That
Yeah,
is-
I didn't know how to verbally explain that because it's really easy if you see it and really kind of difficult to say it. Anyways, so did a little bit of retconning, got a map of the Inner Sea in a different language, and then kind of at the beginning of the timeline for last session, Griffel had their vignette, and then what do you guys do as Griffel steps out of the vignette? What happens next?
We went in the sunburst door. Griffel was able to open it now.
We entered the office of the High Priest, and there was something left behind by the High Priest in the room as you guys walked in.
There was a cloaked figure.
An
Yes.
echo.
Yes, an echo of the old High Priest. There to interact with people that might eventually come, but didn't anticipate just exactly how long he would be sealed in this room. You guys spoke with the spirit a little bit, and I'm gonna put Griffel on the spot here. What happened with the spirit? Like, you guys had a bunch of things to ask because, of course, you find an NPC and must ask it all kinds of questions. But it was a fairly limited time before the spell failed. What did you actually talk to the spirit about?
Oh man, I'm so bad at remembering these things. Okay, so contextually, I think we asked it about what had happened here, like in the temple. I asked specifically, like, if the person who had overseen it, who looked a bit like Shadowmantle, was in fact Shadowmantle. And I got the answer that that person was the greatest necromancer who had ever lived. So we don't have confirmation about whether that is or is not the case, but I don't know. It's a pretty good guess.
Now Morin knows what Shadowmantle spell signature, and that was not the spell signature used in the ritual, right?
Correct.
It was just very similar.
But he
But
wasn't doing the ritual, he was directing it.
the other thing is that you know that Shadowmantle is undead now, and he didn't seem to be undead in the ritual. So
Okay.
that was probably what his spell signature looked like when he was alive.
Okay.
I also asked it, what should we do to defeat the adversary? Because that's our kind of main quest. And it gave us the answer that there were 3 things that the adversary feared. And in the end, none of those things actually ended up significantly harming it. Which was, I believe, the Crusade, the Shard Mines, and the I'm bad at
Fey
this.
Courts.
Yeah.
The Fey Courts, yeah.
Yeah, the Courts of Fairy.
Yeah. So they came down the hardest on those things. But none of them actually ended up like doing the adversary any harm. And the spirit spoke in a way as though like the adversary had been dealt a blow at some point, but not by those three, and we weren't able to ask, like, who was responsible for that blow.
Correct. So the adversary prepared for and came down really hard on those three entities, and none of those three entities was the thing that actually dealt it a severe blow, but we weren't able to figure out yet what that is. Although knowing that there is a thing and being able to rule other stuff out might give you more context for later asking of mysterious or knowledgeable NPCs. So the spirit basically said those things, and it was not able to really recall a lot of the specifics that happened to it, which is one of the other things you guys asked it. And then it more or less ran out of energy, ran out of stored divine power as the wards on the room finished failing and sputtering out. And then where did you guys go to next? You entered into this destroyed room with the spirit, and then where to next?
We went back to we went to the reliquary, which I was able to open for the first time.
Yes, and there was a couple things in the reliquary. Two of the three sort of major things that were discussed are on the map, and one of them is not. Let's start with the two things that are on the map. What are these two things?
The thing on the left is our tablet. Yeah, glyph.
Mm-hmm.
And Foxy's holy symbol.
And Foxy's new Fox's holy symbol. And you guys found a bunch of other sort of artifact style things. Artifact is in like little a, like these are relics from an ancient civilization. But there was one other thing that was sort of looked at for a little while, and then you guys decided specifically to leave it here. What was the thing you guys decided to not take from the reliquary?
Oh, the weapon.
Face slaughter weapon, which was specifically said in the recording. Morin might be interested in that, and Morin is interested in that. And the reason that I'm interested in it is because we've now encountered multiple things that we would think are adversarial to the adversary and have actually been corrupted by him and are its agents. And it might be the case that we come across some fey creatures that serve the adversary.
So we had left it as, aside from Morin making the case that he would want to take this weapon with him, the weapon was going to be left behind. Morin, are you making the case for you think you would have taken the Archerite blade?
I think it's useful to have.
We know fey creatures serve the adversary.
Some of them.
Well, he spoke as if we didn't know.
No, he said you guys have found things corrupted by the adversary.
So if we come across agents of the adversary that are vulnerable to this weapon, I don't see a reason to not take it.
Yes, Batman. Just all those backup plans for all of us.
Batman ass character over here.
So this is the question.
Are
right?
you offering us a retcon? I don't recall.
Yes, this is the DM saying, if this is something you would like to retcon to take the Archerite blade with you, you can do so, because we mentioned at the time, if Morin was here, he might make the choice to take the blade. Now, that being said, Philly and Drock were the two that were pretty big on we should leave this blade behind. Mm-hmm. So, if we want to kind of start there of like, would the two of you try to convince Morin that it should be left behind?
I don't recall feeling that way.
It just burned Drock was the thing.
Morin would know that. Morin, did I feel that way? You watched.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe I just did it to spite you. That sounds right.
That would be in character.
My notes say that someone mentioned or someone brought up the fact that you guys are going to go see a powerful Fey entity, and bringing a Fey killing weapon is potentially seen as an insult.
We also have Quicksilver all over our ship, so
that's true.
It's not all over our ship. We also have
have
one of the other containment things, isn't it?
We also
Some
have
lattice
lesser
retreat.
face slaughter weapons on the ship too,
Also true.
Yeah,
but
but
not
lesser.
as good as this. Yes, not as good as this weapon.
We don't need another one.
How good is this weapon? The fact that
Pretty
you
good.
were able to touch it and take 22 points of necrotic damage just from touching it, I feel like it's pretty good.
I mean, the Archerite Blade by base is a +4 face slaughter weapon, and it's got some other stuff, but the DM will give you a hand tip and let you know that this thing is deeply antithetical to being in a group with the Summer Knight. So the short version is you will not be able to do a lot of stuff with this as long as Drock is in the party.
I'm not seeing a reason to bring it. Just saying.
Alright.
It's like being a man made of ice and being like, "Don't bring that torch."
Right? What? Why do you want the torch, huh? Like, do you need the torch?
How do Griffle and One feel? Were they ambivalent?
I don't think we should take it.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was a
well,
little on the side of. I mean, just on account of Drock, it feels dangerous.
My notes say that one of many brought up that you might not want to have this thing easily accessible by other people, and leaving it inside of the reliquary here makes it very inaccessible.
Oh yes, I did think that. Like this is a safe place to make sure it doesn't get into the wrong hands.
Also inaccessible to Morin, our sworn enemy. So
Only one of our group has said, "Hey, maybe the adversary is the good guy," and it wasn't me.
you just haven't seen it yet. You just don't see it.
That is correct. I do not see the adversary as a good guy.
So yeah, what is the group's choice? The group has to make a decision here of whether the Archerite Blade stays in the reliquary or it goes with you guys.
Well, I think I'm the only person that says we should bring it, so I've made my case, and it was unpersuasive.
All right. So the Archerite Blade leaves behind it kind of.
I definitely haven't been wrong about anything else recently.
Well, I mean, okay. I would be okay with us taking it. I wouldn't like fight it if that were the general will, but I also only Griffle could use it, right?
The Archerite Blade?
Yeah, I mean Drock can't touch it, and none of the
I
rest of
mean,
us
people
really
who are
use
not
swords.
Drock can wield it.
I know, but I mean, what am I gonna do with a sword?
That's fair.
Yeah, Morin, do you use a sword?
I think I can wield swords, but I don't know. I don't know what the weapon is, so.
I'm just gonna say right now, like Griffle would not want to wield this thing.
Yeah, it mechanically it is a longsword, so you know, and unlike some of the other things, like it is a longsword. Like that is just what it is. Like it doesn't have like dynamic weapon like Baneslayer or something like that. If you needed to make it into something else, you'd have to like find some way to effectively disenchant it and make it into a new item rather than making it a longsword.
It doesn't seem like the sort of thing that we should like put out into the world. Is all I'm gonna say. It
I think the
seems
consensus
like
is clear.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you leave the blade, head out, get back to the ship. On the way back, this is a retcon within a retcon, or like a reminder of a retcon inside of the recap of you guys get Griffle her Forge Master's Malice, get the weapon from the Gatekeeper on the way out.
Give me that.
We
Give me
also
that sheet.
We also talked to the Tower Ghost.
Oh, that's true. You guys did talk to the Tower Ghost before you guys left.
I think
And
Griffle
Griffle
talked to the Tower Ghost.
set them free.
That's right. And we didn't have to fight for it either.
No.
It was great.
Which
Yeah, we
the,
talked to
the DM is going to take a second of saying that one of the cool things on here is that if you led, like one of the sort of dialogue options, one of the pieces of notes that I had for the spirit, for the high priest spirit, was like if you asked him if he had anything that he wanted you guys to do, his thing would have been to go to the tower and put the spirits to rest, because he still regrets giving them access to the tower and then them being the visitors to the temple being killed. So it was kind of cool that ended up working out anyways.
Yeah, it was fun. I particularly like the part where we didn't die. um, so, yeah, we went to the, man, I'm bad at this. Sorry. We went to the thing and we talked to, all the shadows kind of coalesced into like little kids, and then they were like, I was like, hey, you can go home, and they're like, we don't remember where home is. We live here now, or something similar to that. And then their matron came out who seemed to be like an adherent of like the moon goddess, and they were given refuge in the temple. And she was pretty pissed off because apparently like the high priest said like, you'll be safe. And then they weren't safe. They were in fact turned into blast shadows from the beam of a sun. And they were pretty pissed off about, well, she was pretty pissed off about it. And then I convinced her with fact and reason that she shouldn't be mad.
Yeah, so the adherents of the Temple of the Moon from Lohid and Kagar, the people from the ancient forbidden city that was the home of the Temple of the Moon. You guys push that issue to bring it to the forefront.
Yeah. So then she seemed like she wanted to kind of extract a promise from me that like I wouldn't basically she wanted me to make a promise that I wouldn't make promises that I couldn't keep. And I was like, lady, that seems a little backward. But she kind of insisted, and then I said I think the promise should rather be that I will do my best, as opposed to that I won't make the promise in the first place, because Griffle feels strongly that it's better to try to do good and then fail to do good than to not have tried at all. And she agreed with me, and so I made the promise, and then it felt like she tried to bind me, but that she couldn't because she was like didn't exist anymore.
And she said that it was fitting for an adherent of hope to do such things, to try, to promise to try and to potentially fail. Kind of with the thing of feeling like maybe that was an old argument between her and maybe a previous priest of hope. So yeah, she and her children were laid to rest. And then you guys headed off. So what happens when you guys get back to your ship?
Everyone is spooked.
Yeah,
It's like
everyone
the rebels talking about the Death Star. They're like, oh shit, something's happening.
Yeah, so the people on the ship, your passengers and crew and stuff, they didn't really know how to handle the fact that you guys were gone for a long time, and then there was potentially some stuff going wrong, and so they were worried about you all. And how did that all plan out? How'd that all play out when you guys make it back? What were they worried about, for starters?
There was a distress portent that Kiki got from Crom's ship, that they were being pursued potentially. And we determined that it was Stent's ship, the alienist ship.
Yeah, so the pirate ship makes it to you all, and you guys were able to change the sensors on your ship in order to sense the presence of Stent's alienist ship in orbit following you all. And then what happens next? Because we have a moment there where the captain gets there, he pulls his ship right up next to yours, and he's like, "Hey, we got attacked. We did what we could to escape. We left. We should probably do something about this right now." And then what happens at that point?
Did they actually get attacked? I thought that I don't remember that part.
Yeah, so they did get attacked, and then they disengaged and fled.
Okay.
And they knew that they believed that the other ship was pursuing them, and you guys found out that, in point of fact, yes, the other ship was pursuing them.
Gotcha.
Did they get attacked by Stent's ship or by the Leviathan that had been nearby?
By Stent's ship. So
Okay.
they were salvaging on the Nyogi ship, and while they were salvaging, they got attacked, and then they were able to disengage and peace out. So he pulls up next to your ship, says, "Hey, we've been attacked. There's potentially people that are pursuing us. This is some bad news. What do we do?" And how does that conversation go?
I remember Griffel went onto their ship to talk with Crom, and that we got a sense that something fishy was going on.
So Griffel flew over on one of the weapons platforms and got close to Crom. From my notes, I didn't say that she got onto the ship. I thought she was just floating next to the ship, but that's a question for Griffel. Would you have gone onto the ship to talk to him, or would you? Because I got the impression that you sort of floated out there to talk to him.
Yeah, I did sort of float out there to talk to him, and I was gonna try and kind of invite him back to our ship so we could gank him, but yeah, we got the
before you were
distinct
going to invite him
impression.
back to gank him.
Yeah, well, actually, so I think that there was something that I couldn't do from within the bounds of our ship, so I went over to kind of hover like next to theirs, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I remember he wouldn't come to our ship because he has the ring, and
But before that, the reason I went over in the first place was because there was something that we collectively were like, yeah, we should do that, and then Gary told us you can't do that on your ship, but you could go do it if you go over to his.
You wanted to like consult Oracle or do rituals to determine the likelihood of success if we attack the Star Shadows.
Yeah, but I thought that was after Griffel was already over there.
Yeah, that was after I'd already gone over.
My notes just say that you use the thing to go talk to him. I had later that you guys did some stuff to do the rituals to try to get outside of the aura of the ship, because that's what Kiki did to get the warning, to get the distress signal.
Yeah, she went out. Yeah.
My notes just say that you flew over there to talk to him, like,
okay,
rather than yelling across from the deck of your ship to the deck of his ship, that you flew over to just talk to him.
Oh, true. Maybe it was more of a practical, like, I don't want to yell at this guy. Either way, I float on over and start having a chat with him, and I'm like, hey, like, it turns out you were right. We did actually get some booty, and you guys are going to get a shear. And he was like, cool, that sounds great. And then something about his demeanor changed for a second, where he was like, didn't seem like himself. And everyone noticed and started doing like insight checks and started trying to figure out like what is up with this guy. And then I think it was one who figured it out eventually. that he has an illusion around him.
Hmm.
Yeah, that he has a pretty potent illusion around him. And so you guys kind of go back and forth.
He's not in fact been this guy, this captain. We presume that he hasn't been this guy the entire time.
Yeah, I think we came to the conclusion eventually that we've never met actual Crom,
Mm.
but I don't know that I thought that at first.
Because this was the point where you started making insight checks, and then you started kind of compared, like, oh, a lot of his reasons for not doing things like coming aboard the ship and that sort of stuff, like he's had good reasons to do what he's done, but now in the context of he might not be who he says he is, the reasons seem to always line up with him not going aboard your ship, of kind of not putting himself at a disadvantage with you all. And there's that sketchiness. And then one of the key takeaways that I want to highlight here is you guys noticed something was sketchy about him. You tried to press the issue a little bit, and then he noticed that you notice, and then he disengages. And you guys activate the borer to make it to the next spot.
That does make a lot more sense why he just came up to our ship when we were in Tantarus and was like, "Hey, can I come with you?" I remember we were like, "What is this guy's deal?"
Were
And-
we?
Yeah,
No.
we were like, "What's this guy's deal?" And then I was like, "Guess he just really likes us and needs work."
When you had the thing of like, do we really need a pirate captain along with us? Is he going to be useful? And then later you're like, oh, we have a use for this guy. Sure, you can come along.
I thought our use for him was like your fodder. Kind of.
Why did we eventually decide to? Oh, because he maybe had people on his crew who knew stuff.
That was the
About
reason
where
that he had put forward as a reason you should take him with, and that he should get a share of whatever you guys found.
Mhm.
But I think the actual decision to say yes and have him come with you was because you guys couldn't take the ring on the ship, and you wanted to take it out of the vault and then not take it back to the vault after you figured out it couldn't go onto your ship, and you didn't want to just like leave it on the deck or on like the docks, so you gave it to him to take with him. So you guys notice this. We have a little bit of discussion sort of out of character for a moment, of like, hey, in character, but also out of character, of like, hey, how are we going to do all this? You guys activate the board, you figure out where you need to go, you start making your way that direction. And then there's a question of, okay, well, we're going to have to deal with that ship behind the alienist at some point. We're going to have to deal with Crom at some point. How do you guys want to do this? You guys have a several days journey to get to where you're going. How are you going to handle the different things? And the answer that I have in my notes was that you were going to basically spend a day, get an extended rest, and on day 2 of your trip, then you were going to confront Crom. So for my notes, there's one last thing you guys do at the very end of session. What is that final thing that I'm talking about? And then I'll kind of open it up and see if there's anything else that we missed. Anything else that you think is important that you want to bring up?
Oh, we did the sending to On.
Yes, you guys did a sending to On. What'd you tell her?
That we had seen evidence of her sire in a fight and then leaving at the temple where we were.
What was her response? Because she did reply.
She basically
"Leave
did
it
the
alone."
equivalent. She said she spray bottled one of many. She said, no, bad.
She did. I felt very chastised.
All right. So, does anyone have anything else they would like to do prior to me saying, "All right, we took a extended rest. It is now day 2 of the trip. You guys are on the accelerating through space with your pirate ship with alongside."
We also well, I wanted to bring up the little candlestick thing. I guess we didn't really touch on that. We didn't really determine a use for it, but you seem to highlight it as somewhat important. Unknown. And then also, didn't we specifically repel the Star Shadow ship?
Yeah, you guys saw it, and then it left. Like it realized that it was seen and decided to peace out because it did not want to be seen.
Yeah, those are the last two things.
And you took the so there's a candle holder, not a candle. There's a candlestick holder with a bunch of prongs on it that you realized had some sort of effect, but you guys couldn't figure it out in the reliquary. You took it back to the ship to investigate. That is what my notes say.
Is that the one that had the Bedvere's holy symbol, kind of?
Yeah, it sort of looks like it's got 6 prongs with the things on it that kind of look a little bit like Bedvere's holy symbol. So, you guys head off, take your extended rest. You wake up the next day, and today is going to be the day that you guys potentially, confront Crom. While the ship is moving and doing stuff, after the initial sort of fears of there being an attack on the ship and there being all this weirdness, the crews of the 2 ship kind of get back into a rhythm. Part of your crew that was sort of awake off shift goes back to sleep to kind of keep the rotation of the crew to where there's always someone manning the ship, and the crew continues their sort of game that is played between the 2 ships. They play like a stones game between the 2 crews, as the crews are starting to get more used to one another. So the next morning, you guys get up, and this is the point that we as players stop, because I know if you guys are going to go confront Crom, that Josh would want to be here. So this is the morning of. You guys wake up on your ship. What do you want to do?
So what do we know about Safa Garen?
Well, only really what Crom told us. So, uh, he hired Crom to find us, but we don't know why really. And then when it went sideways,
Not really to find you guys. Remember, he knew where you guys would be. He hired the pirate ship to jump you all.
well, yeah.
And the
we
reason
know-
he gave was purely just, obviously someone powerful was backing us. They could get money, blah, 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 right?
Well, the Crom, when he told you, hey, when you guys were like, why did you take this contract? He was like, well, the dude paid in advance and put all the money in the bank with a contingent to the being paid. So like we knew that he had the money to do this job, and we might be able to get other stuff out of it. But we were paid to go and do a thing to capture you guys, and the guy obviously had the money to put up front. So maybe this was going to be big money in one way or another.
But also, it's totally Crom who told us this, so
Mhm.
like lying.
Did we know anything about where Salfa Garen is from, like what faction he's associated with?
You guys don't have a lot of information about him, other than the fact that you're pretty certain he's a Deva.
Do we know what? Because Devas are like all races, right?
Yeah,
So-
they can be of any race.
Do we know what he looks like? What race he is?
Nope.
Okay.
So, is there anything you guys want to do? How do you want to bring this up? Because the crew, the two ships are accelerating beside each other because you guys are in space. It's not super obvious that you guys are accelerating and going at crazy speeds because the two ships are keeping pace with one another. They're kind of both going the same relative speed. So you can just fly over between the two ships. But then that's the question of how exactly you guys want to handle this, or what do you want to do? How do you want to bring this up? Crickets.
Do we like his second in command? Who's his
think
second in
so.
command? Because Vedaman is
Venta-
just the mage, right?
I thought that was his
The-
second.
Yeah, so the Vedaman is his mage. He's the basically third in command aboard the ship. His first mate is Shizito, who's the person that led the team to come after you guys.
Oh, the Minotaur.
The Minotaur. You guys haven't really talked to all that much.
He seemed nice.
Well, do we want to try to get Crom on this ship?
I
Or-
think we know
Yeah.
Crom will not come on this
He
ship.
will not come willingly. No.
Yeah. Would it make more sense
Well-
to bring Vedamon over and see if he knows anything? If it is,
Oh, that's a good idea.
I thought Vedaman would not come on the ship either.
No, he will.
He will, but he's reluctant because he was wasn't he the one who he
We-
led the assault, so he was in Al's
Hmm.
prison.
He did not lead it. So Shizito led the assault, but Vedaman was the one that had to deal with all of the rituals for like the crew and all the crew dying and being brought back, and
Right.
it was very nasty. So he's reticent to do it because he saw that the crew that went, because he was not on the boarding party, he was on the main ship, but he knows that the boarding party, when they went onto the ship, they all got radiation sickness and died really terrible, painful deaths. So he's reticent to come on the ship, not from any, complex reason other than other members of my crew went there and I saw them die painfully.
the only thing is, what excuse could we use to actually get him on the ship without raising suspicion?
I think I spent most of yesterday working with him on rituals. So
Mhm.
Oh, we could show him our ritual table, see what he thinks of it.
yeah, I think there's a good pretense there.
It's a great idea.
But we do know that Crom, or we suspect that Crom suspects we know. So
Yes.
Yeah, but if we're like, hey, we're doing all these rituals, but we actually have this table that can raise the level.
mhm.
Can you come do them over here and let us know anything else about this table? I think that's kind of a great way to play it.
I'd be down.
So who's gonna be the one to make that as the pitch to the other crew?
Well, if one's been working with him,
Yeah.
All right, so you basically do the thing to get the signals to get Vedaman to get onto the deck, so you guys can call across the space between the ships, and or you can just use they have little like signal flags that they can send pretty complicated messages with, because there's a code book for working together that the other navigator, whose name I am forgetting, for that Nita, I think is her name, navigator of the other ship, gave you a code book for being able to signal to each other, which is how the crews play their games, is they have someone signal back and forth the plays for the game. So that is what I would need from you is probably a bluff check to send the message that you need Vetamin over here to go check out a cool ritual table and just here to talk.
Okay.
So 26. Ugh. Hang on. Sorry, I closed a window that is quite needed for today. So you call over saying that you need him to come over to investigate this ritual table. And then, you see Vetamin kind of come up. He listens to the signal, and then he kind of goes to get ready. Like you can see that he's a little uncomfortable, but he doesn't look especially uncomfortable. Like this is his normal reaction to you guys getting him to come aboard the ship. He just doesn't. He's not thrilled, but he's not like he's not going to say no. And you see him sort of go and get his stuff to get ready, and then right as he's about to kind of gesture for you guys to send over one of your platforms for him to step on to come across, you see the captain come up, put his hand on Vetamin's shoulder, and then take a moment of like whispering into Vetamin's ear. And then you see Vetamin kind of give the captain a strange look, and then the captain says something else to him, and then Vetamin sort of nods his head and then turns and kind of gives a message to the signaler that he needs an extra few minutes. The captain needs him to do something, and then steps away kind of off and looks like he goes below decks, presumably to go get something. And then Captain Crom stands aboard the ship and then looks across the expanse directly at one of many. And then he gives you a smile, he nods, and then he signals to the guy sending the signals across the gap between the ships to send a message that says, the captain would like to speak to you aboard our ship while Vetamin is busy.
Well, sure. That's a perfectly normal request. It would make no sense for me to not take.
Okay, but if he knows that we know and we know that he knows,
Uh-huh.
then we don't have to act normal because nothing that we're doing is maintaining a pretense.
Okay.
The main thing here is that the crews don't know anything is unusual, but like the crews are not aware that anything is off as far as you can tell. And you can tell that Crom is, at least outwardly, looking very friendly, saying, "Oh, please, I want to chat with all of you. Allow me to talk with you for a moment. I apologize. I need my headmates to do something for me."
Is it me specifically or all of us?
It is you all. It is the group.
Okay.
I mean, it would be phrased as you specifically,
Mm-hmm.
but you can kind of get that he means the group. So you could go over by yourself, or the group could go over.
Okay. And is this like sending messages or in a conversation?
So you guys are talking between the ships, right? And the ships do not travel so close together that the bubbles of air touch, that your atmosphere touches. So you can't yell across the expanse. They travel far enough apart to where the people aboard the ship can easily see the other person.
Mhm.
And they have these multicolored little paddles that they send as flags, and a bunch of signals of flags can send some pretty complicated things because
Mhm.
both crews have a code book to decode the flags, the messages. So basically, the captain is saying, is sending in the flags. I'm inviting you over to talk to me before Vetamin comes over. And and that would be an invitation for you guys to take one of the platforms to go across the expanse and go to his ship.
Now, which platform will do the most damage to his ship?
Force.
Yeah, push him out of our bubble.
There's a handy dandy graph that you guys made.
It's not a graph, it's a figure.
I'm sorry. But yeah, so that's the question for the group. Would he's invited you guys over. You can tell that he sort of saw you getting to talk to Vetamin, and he intervened. And then there is sort of a feel of, as far as like social dynamics go, this is effectively him pairing your move and saying, I'm inviting you over as my move.
Can I okay, I'm just going to describe what I want because I don't know exactly like the details with the flags and everything. But like essentially I would like to respond in a way that makes it seem like I don't understand what he's asking and I'm like trying to be polite. Like almost like if you were on like a video call where like, you lost 10 seconds of it or something
Yeah.
and you're just kind of trying to like riff, but it doesn't actually make sense.
Mm-hmm. So
how far away is the ship?
Maybe like 200 yards, something like that.
Okay.
The edge of what would be comfortable visual range for someone with like a pretty low grade telescope. Because you guys are traveling at sort of semi-silly speeds. So if any of you guys changes course even a little bit, it could be instant death for both ships. So you don't travel that close. So you send back over, and then you see the captain kind of nod, and then he sends over a thing to the flagger, and the flagger says, the captain says some things need to be kept between officers. So basically, this is not a public conversation that we need to have. We need to have a conversation between myself and the captains of the other ship, of your ship.
I mean, I'm okay going at the end of the day, because I was thinking about, regardless of who he is, he has actually proven to be useful. And if he's getting money and stuff, as long as he's not going to betray us at the end, I don't really care.
I think the point is that he will betray us.
Nice.
Yeah, I feel like that's that last part
I
that's catching
think
me.
you're missing the point here.
And so the thing I want to know is, what were his original intentions, right? Like,
I think he works for
We-
the adversary or has been co-opted by a star shadow to find us.
Ooh, it's a new day. Can I use the Gem of Seeing's daily power
on our ship.
again on him to see how many eyeballs he has under that illusion?
I always have to look up the Gem of Seeing.
But will that work on our ship?
I think the answer is not super well.
Well, then we
'Cause
should take it with us.
it won't work. So you're aware that the daily item will not work if you go to look at someone who's already on your ship, and using it to look at somebody else who's not aboard your ship, the effect is going to be dampened by your ship. So like, say Crom was standing on your ship and you use the Gem of Seeing on him, it's a divination effect that the sort of origin and the target is both inside of the ship's aura. It's just not going to work. It's going to fail.
Okay.
You can use the daily item to kind of look across the expanse to try to see him through it, but because it's originating from inside of the field that stops divination on your ship, and it is a divination item, it has a chance to fail.
So you could do it while we're flying over, and we can always
Yeah.
alter course.
Hmm.
So How many of the crew their crew can we see on the ship?
Like 10.
Slash, have we seen?
You guys have seen their entire crew. The crew has a
How many have we
beach.
seen since they got presumably attacked by Star Shadows?
About
Because
half
my
of the crew.
my concern is they were quote unquote attacked, but really this is just an effort to lure us to their ship, where there may or may not be Star Shadows, and there may or may not be something like a spin disc to teleport us to said Star Shadows or something else.
Well, if they're within 10 miles, my ritual would trigger. And
I
their
think
ship is.
everything at these ranges is beyond that, I would assume.
But no,
I
but
guess there's
Crom's-
none on their ship.
Crom's ship
Yeah.
is within 10 miles. Though.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
And there's no beholders. Apparently.
And know whatever filibuster has.
No, whatever filibuster has.
I don't have that.
Yeah,
You don't have that.
that's the ritual.
Gary
Get
told me to, but I said no.
I didn't
Why?
tell you to. I said the others were picking this thing. Is this something that you would want to do? And the answer that we came to after we talked about it for a little while was, no, it's not something you want to do.
Oh my god. Who's
Now
on
that
the
answer can be
adversary side
changed at some
now?
point. Fine, but as of now, he does not have one active.
Well, I don't see a reason to pick one that's not like, what if I pick wrong? Why pick wrong or now when I could pick right later?
That's fair.
You should have just said the adversary.
Yeah.
I believe that was one of the things on the list. Is you could pick like a walker or something if you wanted.
Yeah, we talked about picking a walker, but you said it had to be a specific one, I think.
Yes.
You can't get all walkers.
So yeah, I mean that is potentially a concern. Like, dude is being shifty. Is the plan to go over there and deal with it if it is a trap once you get over there, or because I know you said you're gonna en route you are going to use the Gem of Seeing. What I need to know first is whether you're going to be en route.
I think if we go en route, because I also have telepathy, so we could talk to him from outside of his ship.
You
don't think we have-
could, but as far as that being super sketchy looking, it is going to be super sketchy looking.
Yeah.
That's whether it matters to you or not, right? Because like right now, neither crew know that something is up.
Yeah.
You guys know, and Crom know that something is up. Whether that is important that the crews do not know is entirely up to the group. But
Is there a reason we wouldn't tell at least like some of our highest people in the crew?
I mean, I really want to tell our crew that if they take us below decks, just start firing.
On us?
Yeah, so we die too. Very cool.
It might disable the ship, and not
Like, maybe we
lethal, but just warning shots.
Maybe we should at least tell like Hatterai.
I feel like we should tell whoever our equivalent of the captain below Griffle is. The bosun?
The bosun.
the,
Yeah.
Yeah, the
person.
person. Yeah.
Be like, hey, their
Is
captain
there,
is
hang on.
shady.
Is there any reason why we wouldn't put our whole crew on alert?
I
Just
can't
so they
think of
don't
a
act
reason.
act weird, maybe.
Act strange.
Yeah,
if
we
we're
don't want them
aiming
to
for-
tip the hands or anything, right? By accident. Like, they're
Right,
playing a
okay.
game.
Yeah. Like they're friendly, they might warn the other crew.
Yeah, true.
So I mean, Garvu is your bosun. He's the one that's talked to you quite a bit. You could let him know, or you could let Hatterai know, or you could sort of deputize someone that you leave behind. Because while you guys are not aboard the ship, Garvu is in charge. Like that is already default. He's in charge of kind of the ship and the crew, and then if there are any sort of decisions being made, as far as like, do we fire weapons? Do we do that sort of stuff? Like any sort of more militaristic decisions. Gwynud is the master gunner. She makes the she makes that call. So you kind of already have a chain of command when you leave, which is Garbo and Gwyneth. Whether you tell someone else aboard the ship is secondary.
Well, I would inform Gargu then, I think,
Mhm.
that Captain Crom on the other ship is wearing an illusion to disguise himself as Captain Crom. He's another entity. And at this point, we kind of think that he has deceived everyone else on his crew. But there might be a couple that know who he really is. And I think we're attempting to go bring him back over to our ship, right?
Just learn information more than anything.
So he's thinking about it. You tell Garbo this, and he goes, "You think this do be something from their attack, or do be something from earlier?" He kind of looks, and you can see him, having this kind of sidebar with you guys, but he looks at the crew. Says, "We've been working with their crew pretty common. You be thinking this is something that might be in our crew too, or just them?"
We think just them.
So he nods, and then he kind of like shifts foot to foot, and then he goes, "I know be one to be stepping outside of my place, but if you be thinking there's something aboard this ship that could be wrong, the creature you brought aboard, it do be very sensitive. Should I be letting it know to be on the lookout?"
Is he talking about the insectoid?
Yeah, he's talking about the Myrmidon.
Yeah. What is he sensitive to?
He sort of shrugs a little bit and then goes, "We be noticing the crew that are okay being around the creature and I. We be realizing it can feel us kind of in the head, like that one." And he gestures over towards one of many. So you tell he's like, he's not trying to be obtuse. It's more like, I don't really know how it's sensitive. I don't know how this creature works, but we can tell that it's like psionic and sensitive to other things and seems to be somehow important to you guys. So might be important to let that thing know and kind of do a sweep of the crew.
Like it could tell if anyone was infiltrated.
That's seems to be his plan. You don't know whether that's true or not, but he's like, this thing is trusted by you guys, I guess, because you brought it aboard. It seems to be able to sense some weird shit. If you think you're sensing weird stuff, should I poke it and see if it's noticing any weird stuff on the crew?
I think that's a good idea, yeah.
Couldn't hurt.
Sure.
And you can tell that some of that is just he thinks it's a good idea, but also a pretty decent chunk of that is he wants to go and have something to do now that you've sort of laid this thing on him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, I don't want to just have this information and then salute and then have you guys leave. I want to have something that I can do and not just stand here thinking about it.
But to be clear, we believe that Crom was infiltrated perhaps prior to us meeting him, and we do not believe that he has additional agents on his ship or ours, although we do not know, and we appreciate your caution.
So he scratches his beard and kind of mumbles a little bit. It no be this complicated when we be dealing with merchant crews. You can tell, like, there's a couple members of your crew that still hold a grudge against the fact that you're working with pirates, because they were originally a for-hire merchant crew. So the idea of the other ship being pirates is still on some level kind of obnoxious to members of your crew. So as he goes away, you can hear him kind of grumbling under his breath that he, always knew something was off about that guy. So you guys head across. Crom is going to wait until you guys get most of the way there before he kind of gestures for you guys to follow him to below decks. If you wanted to use the Gem of Seeing en route, there would be a time before he goes below decks where you're outside of the ship's field to do that, if that is something you want to do.
I think so.
So what you can tell through the Gem of Seeing is that the image of Crom is an illusion, but the gem is not strong enough to actually fully penetrate through the illusion to see what's underneath. So basically, you see his entire body outlined as Crom, and you can tell that whatever's inside of it's about the same size. So there is sort of a thing underneath, but I don't have your token on this map. Could you pull your token out for me?
Yeah.
So your insight can tell you that you can see that there is something that's here, but whatever that illusion is being actively maintained and is very potent because the magic of the Gem of Seeing is beneath the level to penetrate the illusion.
Gotcha.
So the item isn't failing, but it's not enough to breach the illusion.
Okay.
It is enough to breach it enough to tell that it is an illusion, though.
Mhm.
What level is the item?
12.
Is that how that works? Like level 12 item can pierce level 12 spell?
Not exclusively, but sorta kinda.
Okay.
Basically, every item has 10 plus its level as its effective DC. So that's a DC 22 for the item, or it gets a plus 22 effectively for the item, and then I just make a hidden check with plus 22. So kind of, but things can sort of bat either above or below their weight class depending on a little bit of randomness.
Gotcha.
The Drock factor.
So you guys head across the expanse. You can see the members of the crew that are there. A couple of them, members of the crew of the Charsamont, seem to be focused on what they're doing, but they don't look like they're suspiciously. Like they still acknowledge that you guys are coming over. A nod and a wave or a smile and a wave, depending on the crew has varying levels of comfort with you guys, but they're getting friendlier the longer you guys are around each other and the more that this is not turning out gruesomely deadly to them. And the members of the crew that were not killed by the radiation sickness are just are default already kind of friendly, and the other crew members are a little bit more reserved. So what I say by that is, as you board the deck of the Charsamont, you get the impression that some of the crew is uncomfortable to have you there, but it doesn't feel different than the last time you got aboard the ship when you cast the rituals, when you did the divinations and asked the questions, right? Like some of the crew was uncomfortable with you being there, and it felt kind of like this.
So when we get on deck of the ship, has Crom already stepped below deck?
Yes.
Okay.
Now the Charsamont is a little bit smaller than your ship. It's definitely a lot less wide. It's more of a traditional looking sailing vessel. And so you guys know that Crom basically walked into his cabin. He didn't go anywhere special. He walked into his cabin, which is right below the wheelhouse. So, which is where they would normally, like if the captain was going to talk to somebody in private, he would do it in his quarters.
Yeah. So I think I would try to just like make small talk with like the nearest and friendliest looking member of the crew. I'm guessing a person that we didn't kill.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be like, well, that was a close one at the station, eh?
And so he says, yeah, I'm glad to be back to the problems of knowing whether that wizard of yours is awake or not, to see if we're going to get trounced in stones.
Who
What-
is the
what-
one kicking their butt at stones then?
It's is it Argol?
No? You don't know who he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
You can ask, but
I think I'll just kind of chuckle and say, and when I look around, does there seem to be any damage to the ship?
there doesn't seem to be any damage to the ship. That being said, they did say that they attacked the crew when they were aboard the other ship. So
Okay.
the attack was on them while they were taking apart the Neogi ship. You can see that the deck of this ship is really cluttered. Like, a decent number of the people that are on board the ship that are crew members that are actively working right now aren't working on making the sailing vessel move. They're working on getting all the crap that's aboard the ship sorted and put below decks and all that sort of stuff. So like, there is, a ton of salvage and stuff that is aboard the ship from when they were taking pieces off the Neogi ship.
Okay. And did you lose anyone in the attack?
No. Captain felt something coming and got us a bit of a jump on them. They didn't expect us to see them, and I think we might have bloodied their nose a little bit. But he shrugs and then goes, well, I don't know. Captain's always has a way for thinking for thinking sideways.
Ask him, because I'll let you continue the conversation, but I'll say telepathically. Ask him how long he's worked with Chrome.
I will say more than just a little small talk. It's gonna start down that path of people are noticing things are unusual because you got on board the ship and then didn't go speak to Crom. You can definitely do it. I'm just...
Oh, yeah. No, that's fair.
So I think what I'll say is I'll just look around at all the loot and say, well, it seems like the risk may have been worth it. Is this typical of the hauls that you get with your sideways thinking, Captain?
He laughs a bit at that and goes, typical is not really a word I would use, but some of the better hauls? Yeah, we've had better days than this, but not many. So, and then he'll kind of say, I'm not going to keep you. And then he kind of shuffles around side to go and work on something aboard the deck.
Mm-hmm. I guess we'll head towards the captain's quarters. Morin specifically will be looking for possible presence of inward-facing magic circles.
Fair. I would say that you guys have been all aboard the ship before, so you know that there's you would notice if there was anything way out of place when you guys head into the captain's quarters. It is like very slightly more cluttered than last time you guys were here, but like it's not nearly as cluttered as the deck of the ship is. So I'm going to move you guys over to this. And his quarters do look more... they look like they fit on board a sailing ship more than it does look like aboard a ship that's like sailing out in the astral sea. So you can tell that the sort of decor of the ship and the way that it looks, it does look like a sailing vessel still very heavily down here. So Captain Crom, he's standing by the edge of the desk and he says, well, today's going to be an interesting day. If you'll all come in, and he gestures, and you can see there's a couple more chairs that have been put out that are on this. They've been brought from somewhere else aboard the ship. If you'll take your seats, I have some wards in place on the ship here. he kind of goes up and touches against one of the walls, and he says, "Just anti-looky-loo stuff. Nothing to be concerned with. If you feel more comfortable, you can activate it yourself." So he goes and puts his hand on the wall, and you can see there's a little sigil carved into the wood.
What is the sigil? Sorry. Is it just for scrying?
It's an 11-pointed star.
It is, no. So it's a thing in D-Speech. And the ritual is, it's not called eavesdropping, but it's an anti-eavesdropping ritual. I don't remember what the name of it is.
Okay.
It's not silence. Oh no, it is silence. Yeah. So it's a ritual of silence.
Captain Crom, would you mind, just for fairness sake, if I cast a ritual of my own?
He says, "Of course. But just want to let you know, if you're here looking to use those things," he kind of points at your weapons and stuff, "just know that the crew is still loyal to me, and it won't be easy."
That's fine.
So the question is, he would say you can activate it if you prefer to one of many. Would one of many activate the ritual?
I would look at Philly. What did you want to cast?
I'm going to use Discern Lies, but not yet.
Anybody opposed
Well,
to
I
me?
mean, Gary, it says 5 minutes, but are we just saying that's a conversation or like?
I mean, if you're going to cast Discern Lies, it's going to take you a little bit of time, assuming you do not cast it.
Well, it says
from your-
minor action, Gary.
Correct. So I'm saying if you cast it normally, it is going to take you the full 5 minutes. If you cast it as a minor action, then it just happens.
Is there a difference between the two? Other than using my weapon?
It's the same. It's the exact same spell. The only difference between the two things is casting time, basically. It lets you cast it very quickly.
Would he be able to tell the difference? Or would others be able to tell the difference? Like of
Other
the
people
source?
would, like if he knew enough about rituals to know that you just cast it as an action rather than spending the time that it would normally take to cast it, like that'd be unusual.
Okay. That wouldn't matter then.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And then the question about duration, though, does that matter in this case?
I mean, potentially, yes. I would say basically it'll be the conversation, unless the conversation for whatever reason goes insanely long.
So sorry.
Okay. I will cast it as a minor action.
Pure curiosity on my part. Why would you ever cast as like the full 5 minutes then?
Because
you can only use the minor action once a day.
Oh, it's a minor daily. Got it. Okay.
Anyone opposed to me activating this ritual on the door?
No.
I'm not opposed.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I would do it.
So you do it. You feel the actual ritual, which I found finally, is eavesdropper's foil. It's not silence. So you are able to do it, and you can tell that that is actually what this does. It foils eavesdropping. It's not like if someone was going to do some real deal scrying, it's not going to get through, but it does stop people from sort of overhearing stuff in here. Like no one's going to be able to put their ear to the door and hear what's going on.
No one here is going to be able to hear Crom scream.
So you use Discern Lies, and Discern Lies. What level is that? 6? Yeah.
Wait, can't I have to roll too, right?
Yes, but I'm not going to have you roll, because no matter what your roll is, when you use Discern Lies, you feel the effect on you. You sense it sort of, heighten your senses, and then you can feel the air around Crom warp and change as the Discern Lies spell, like the effect that it gives you, warps around him and falls against some sort of aura that cancels it. So it doesn't work. And for the purposes of making things fair, it does not use your daily item. Like this is the same thing that would happen if a ritual was going to fail. You know when you go to cast it. You can feel when the spell begins to form that something on him actively countered your ritual.
That is, as the kids say, cringe.
So he takes a deep breath because he can feel that you just did that. Well, then I guess my suspicions about your suspicions were correct. What is it that you want to know? I think this might be a difficult conversation.
Why did you want to find us?
He kind of cocks his eyebrow at that and goes, well, I was hired to find you, of course. Paid good money in advance in escrow to make sure that you were taken ransom.
I will tap the glyph for the ritual and I will say, cut the crap.
So he smiles at that and then goes, there's certain powers that, even now, knock me off my game. Very well. He waves his hand, and you see a shimmer in front of him as the image of Crom fades away, and you instead see behind him, behind that image. Oh, it didn't actually go to the front. The image of a young man. He looks like he's probably base human, but has glowing Deva eyes, and his clothing sort of changes a little bit, but you can see it sort of incorporates a lot of the same features, right? Like Crom's outfit has a lot more metal. It looks a lot more like armor than his does, and you can see the metal sort of form into being the buttons and the belt buckle across, and the colors are all sort of the same, the sort of blue and red motif. And then, he's now standing before you, and he takes a small bow and says, Sal Falgerin, at your service, lady.
Oh no, he's hot.
On the captain's guys before I leave. What did you say,
Sorry,
Michael?
What did he say?
What was the last part? Yeah.
I said, oh no, he's hot.
So he said, I'm Sal Falgerin. I'll need to don the captain's disguise before I leave here again.
Ah.
Do your crew know you're hiding your true identity?
He wouldn't
Assuming he has a
disguise
Don the
himself.
illusion for himself.
Well, I'm not asking you right, but do the crew?
Who's in on it?
How long have you been masquerading as Crom?
Well, the captain came into my quarters very upset when his easy mark turned bad against him. I didn't expect you'd get control of the ship so effectively, so quickly. The defenses can be quite strong if someone knows how to use them. I had misjudged you, and Crom misjudged me. He is an unfortunate casualty of war.
Yeah.
Are we at war?
Always. Always we are at war.
What's his tattoo?
So he has some sort of, it looks like maybe like a family tattoo or some sort of family mark. It doesn't have any significance that you can tell right off. But it's old and worn, but it is also like well maintained. And the way that his like clothing is, it's sort of obviously highlighted, right? Like he has his shirt open so that you can see the tattoo in the center of his chest.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're asking what it looks like, it's a sword with a serpent of fire wrapped around it. You can't really see all that well because I couldn't
So
get the.
not ominous at all.
So he says, that's what he says. He's like, I killed Grom when he came below decks after the attack failed. It's unfortunate, but we're at war.
And with whom are you at war?
Depends on people. I am Deva. I have many lives that I live. This, and he kind of gestures to his body, one was at war with all kinds of things, all non-Deva kind. He is a dutiful servant of the righteousness of the Imperial fleet. But he could have been an alienist if he applied himself more correctly. Wouldn't have been subject to so many rules that way. But this this life, he would say, this life is at war with all creatures that refuse to see divine power for what it is, something that is on the rise again. And something that bumped my elbow a bit when I saw you. He gestures towards Griffle.
That's right. I remember he seemed like he noticed something different about me, and then that's why his kind of mask dropped a little bit.
Yep. You surprised him and his mask failed for a moment.
Mm. Okay.
You
Guy
say
seems real sketch.
you say that this body is a part of the Imperium. We know their war, but it sounds like you are not this body. So whom do we truly speak to?
He sort of shrugs at that and says, different Deva treat themselves differently. This body and life's mission will be mine, but I have an overarching goal. No matter what life I lead, and some of them can be quite nasty bastards, I want to make sure that certain things aren't done, certain paths not taken. There are those that are looking to find ways to truly destroy things like us. Try to find ways to destroy the kind and their people. I know that since one of the true kind has designated your friend there as an ally, that on some level you can be trusted with this. I need to get aboard your ship. There's some dangerous stuff there, some deadly stuff that you've done a great job of keeping out of the hands of the church, but it's technology that shouldn't be, research that shouldn't be had. It needs to be destroyed. I imagine if you can control the securities on your ship, you know that there are labs beneath, and those labs are researching some things that it's better it's not known. You should jettison them here in the cause where they'll be destroyed.
Yes, we know that there is research connected to our ship. I'll gesture to Morin. Morin was
He's the
conducting
research that's happening on our ship.
Morin was conducting some of this research and may understand it better than I do. To which are you referring?
I've been aboard your ship several times, in a couple of different lifetimes. And I know that what the church is doing in one of their laboratories is trying to do something that is a true act of aggression and war against all peoples of the Prime. That is problematic, I guess, but if we're being honest with each other, it's not something that really bothers me. What does bother me is tinkering with the interior workings of the adversary, basically dipping your brain in corruption and then wallowing around in it and seeing how long you can play with it until you go mad. That's just stupid, but still not a complete concern for me.
Bro, this
It's
guy's
the-
like 2 months outdated.
Yeah, we killed
It's
that
the
thing.
last lab that matters. They're trying to find ways to truly kill things that are immortal. Stuff that has a spark of the kind, like myself and like your spirit friend. Things that should be part of the fabric of the universe to destroy them utterly and completely. Testing on fey creatures and using their various banes to find the way to truly kill things that can't be killed. It's problematic on a lot of different levels, and if you're a member of the church or connected in any way with it, he looks over towards Morin as he says this. You have to understand that if that research is successful and they find a way to kill things that are truly immortal, they're going to have a lot of things that they can't handle knocking down their door and wiping out your entire civilization.
Do we know with what he said which lab he's talking about?
We do. It's
The
the Fey lab with the Quicksilver.
And he also just basically explained all three of the laboratories.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he did. It was perfect. And also, he's only concerned with the one that affects himself.
He's saying the other things are also problematic, but he cares mostly about the one that kills or that has the potential to kill a kind.
You said that you've been on this ship in other lives. How old is this ship?
The makings of the ship are quite old. I've not really been around places with some good dating systems since I've been in this body, but I would say it's a few hundred years old on the basic levels. Could be older, I'm not quite sure. I became aware of it about 20 years ago when they were ramping up their research. I've infiltrated a few times and I know some of the defenses. I
Oh yeah, there were like logs of previous attacks on the ship, weren't there?
Yeah.
Sorry, that was an aside.
So he says, I am not waiting to be a child and grow up before I deal with the problems when I die. It's been over the past 20 years that I've been looking into the ship and seen that their research, at least as far as I can tell, is starting to bear some fruit. I am not your enemy. I've tricked you, yes. I wanted to take the things away from you, but only such that you don't understand just exactly how deadly the stuff you're messing with is. If you succeed, if you continue with what they're doing, and you want to go further down the path that they're going down, then that problem that I said of powerful, very immortal things that will kick down your door and kill you, that just happens on a smaller scale. If you don't want to continue their research because you aren't working with the adversary and you aren't particularly insane, then you should understand that what I'm saying is that research needs to be stopped. It needs to be destroyed completely. The logs wiped, the labs themselves jettisoned into space and destroyed.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not really against any of that.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah. You have been on this ship before. Well, first, I will say we do not care for this research either. My spirit companion was greatly disturbed by it, and I do understand that. but we do not know how to jettison the labs. But also, since you have been on the ship before, what do you know of Al Shaib?
I know that he is guarding all the pieces of the ship that allow access to the pieces that I need. I can't, or at least I have not yet figured out a way to bypass it with it being active. The church suppressed most of its abilities to sense anything around the ship, but you don't seem to want to do that. That creature is very dangerous and deadly, but I think you're very unlikely to cause harm on a greater scale with access to it, so feel free to play around with your own souls as much as you wish. But also, in one of my other lives, I got to see just how bad some of the things down there were, and I got a little bit of a measure of you all. You were swimming in some pretty deep waters even back then, and I hope that although there was a little bit of subterfuge as I was trying to pull your asses out of a fire you didn't know you were lighting for yourself, that you might be able to remember that I am not your enemy, and I was able to pay you for assisting me in a matter that I know is not something you cared about, but it mattered to my previous life, and you did good work. I think you are people that have your hearts in the right place. You're just messing with very dangerous stuff. Admit, I didn't expect you to have quite the control over your ship that you have now, but I knew back then that you guys had your hearts in the right places. At least some of you did. And when you did those divinations aboard my ship, I think there might be a good, not like a little good, not a you pay your bill and you tip your waiter. I mean like a thing that matters good, a real cosmic, someone looking in from the outside could see objectively good thing that you're trying to do here. I think you're trying to undo one of the wrongs of the universe, to bring one of the queens back. And as far as I can tell, it's either the big lady herself or it's the queen that is. And if that's what you're trying to do, then I'll help you. The captain, he'll still help you because that's what he wants. He wants money and glory and all that sort of stuff. He'd still want to have loot from this, and the ship does run on money. The crew needs to be paid. But me on the inside, I'd be with you as part of the cause, if that's what you're trying to do.
The cause, but
With a
Chop.
C. With a C.
I'm really curious, like, which entity we dealt with in the past was him.
The Deva from the Vision that killed himself, that you guys had met previously. Think. The guy that spoke in rhymes, is that right?
Oh,
Jua.
Jua?
He wasn't a Deva.
He wasn't. He was like a.
Oh no, there was a
Data person.
vision. There was a vision with Jua, but yeah, he wasn't a Deva.
He's not Deva.
No.
There was a vision with Jua.
And he was a
And
Dea.
he did die.
And he said, I'll be reborn in a new life.
Oh, he did say that. Did we think he was a Deva before?
No?
but also wasn't that like yesterday?
Yeah.
It was quite recently, yeah. But it was before you guys got ambushed.
Do we
By-
know like the mechanics of how like Deva reincarnation happens? Like, do they get like, do their souls attached to like a fetus and they have to grow up, or like?
So Deva souls tend to inhabit a body at the time that like a lyric would inhabit the body, right? So
Oh, so like puberty.
yeah, basically puberty is when people who might be born of whatever race might become a host for a Deva spirit.
Okay.
But still, we've
Does
only
this-
been on the road for like a month.
Hmm.
Does this guy look like he just hit puberty?
He does not. He looks like he's mid-20s.
So he paid us for some service some time ago.
So this is activating the machine for set to way back, but Jua did come to you and he paid you guys for helping with his ship. You fought off the Church of the Elements and you helped him on his barge.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was Jua.
Salfa Garen, I do not understand much about Deva. Are you insinuating that you were Jua?
He cocks a little grin at that, and then you see him,
Oh,
turn his
duh.
face a
He was
little bit,
masquerading as Jua.
and he twists his face into looking like Jua.
Mm. But we saw you die.
He frowns a bit at that and goes, I assure you, you did not. That the end of that life was particularly unpleasant. And I would have noticed if one of you was in the room.
No, we saw you die.
I would describe the self detonation that he did.
So you kind of describe the scene to him, and you see his smile fades a little bit, and then he goes, you did a reading of the room or a divination on one of the... No, I think they're still alive. But I haven't looked at the guard. You captured the guard and did something to him to see that, yeah?
Do I
shake
have my bone
head.
rod on me?
Yeah. I assume your characters always have them with you unless you state otherwise.
No, we've been receiving visions through this rod of command. Visions from the angel Tysuriel.
So would you kind of pull out the rod and like extend it to him? Like, would you just gesture?
Not
towards it? What are you
extend it,
doing
just
with the
like
rod?
display it.
You see him, like the smile breaks for a second, and then you see him do that thing where like his face freezes, the same thing that he did with Foxy, where that moment of surprise, and then he takes a step back from you holding the rod of command in your hand, and he says, "That's disturbing. That thing there, it is also an artifact of the Kine. It could be strong enough to see me."
So Griffel's kind of going to shoulder her way to the front and be like, now wait just a minute. If what we're understanding is true, then you're friends with my friends. I don't think we ever met, but you seem like you know each other. Why would you hide yourself from us? Why not simply tell us who you were?
So he sort of like shakes the surprise off for a second and then he shrugs and goes, I didn't know if you'd say yes or not. And thing is, that ship's got some powerful tools on it. If I came and said you should destroy part of your ship and you disagreed with me about it, I might have to do something drastic. If instead we had this conversation when I had the upper hand, say you were all captured by a pirate crew, and I could say all things would be even. We'd let you go and go back about your merry way. If you jettisoned the research into space, then no harm, no foul. Everything is done. Easy done. I couldn't risk you saying no. And he kind of like licks his lips and looks around. And then he sort of, recomposes himself. Says, I'm not against dealing diplomatically. I've just led a lot of lives of people that are underhanded, nasty folk, and it's hard to get out of the habit.
Dishonorable.
He shrugs and kind of smiles at that, like, yeah, what are you going to do?
Gonna say, I don't trust him.
He kind of looks past Griffle and smiles at one of Minnie and says, she's right. You shouldn't trust me.
We may not trust you fully. However, we do not have any need for the labs, and we do know some of the research that is happening in Endeavor. Sounds quite terrible. Even if we do not trust you, I believe that our goals may be aligned in this.
He kind of looks back towards Griffle and gives her a big grin and then goes, see? We don't have to trust one another. We just have to have interests that align. And then you see him sort of like shimmer for a second, and you see the captain's smiling face over top of his face, and then it fades. Like he became the captain for just a second there, and then shook it off.
God, I want to punch this guy so bad. So sorry. I think Foxy, don't really understand like why he. So what I'm understanding is he's like, oh, you have some dangerous stuff, meaning like the he's talking about the Wilds Lab specifically with like the plague, right? And he's saying like, because all of this stuff is like so dangerous, you should just jettison the whole thing into space. And but then he said like, if you don't, there's some powerful things that are going to come after you. Is that right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he made it sound like the things that are going to come after us are worse than like Endeavor or Sanctuary.
Well, it sounds like they're doing research in the labs, which is currently not happening because we have the labs. But the research, if it hit the breakthrough that they're looking for, would trigger, gods and fake creatures and stuff to come shut it down because it's too dangerous.
Because it's like world-ending kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But none of the gods or fake creatures that could shut it down exist anymore.
And the fake creatures do.
But don't they just get corrupted by the disease?
The disease and the Quicksilver in Lab 3 are different.
Yeah. There's a lab.
Right.
There's like the Chaos Plague lab, and then there's the just like we didn't know exactly what was going on with fake creatures, but we saw the Quicksilver.
Right.
So that one is trying to like permanently kill them.
Okay.
I mean, we know Merc's out there. He probably wouldn't like it.
Oh, that's true.
No.
And that's basically what he's saying is he's not giving a specific threat. Like he's not saying, oh, this person is going to come kill you. But he's saying if they can find a way to kill anything, that is something that the things that are very, very old and very powerful have a vested interest in not being a thing in the world. So if they do that, if they succeed, something big is going to pop up and wipe them out, like wipe them off the face of the earth, like just clean them out completely.
So what makes, I'll ask him, what makes you think jettisoning the lab here is safe? We're currently being followed. by something that would likely want to get their hands on the lab. Jettisoning it doesn't seem like a safe plan.
If you were to take the labs, the pieces of the portal or wherever it's formed inside the ship, and jettison it, disconnect it from your ship in the middle of here, especially if you launched it at the edge of this corridor you've created, it's going to be a truly marvelous explosion.
We
I
might be
can't think of a
able.
way outside of. Well, no, I really can't think of a way to destroy it more thoroughly.
This could be a two birds with one stone situation.
We put him in the lab and jettison it.
We fire the lab at Stent.
Well, I'm just like playing devil's advocate. Everything you're saying I agree with, right? But what if we jettison it, nothing happens, and the other ship just flies up and takes it?
Does this mean we would lose access to our containment unit?
It does mean we'd lose access to the containment unit. Can we jettison just one of the or just two of the labs and keep the containment?
Probably.
The containment seems really good. for
You've
us.
never tried to jettison one of the labs, so that's a question that you'd have to pose to Griffle if it's something you wanted to do and see how to get it done, because you know that basically the labs are pretty much connected to one another. Like there are things blocking the entrances to the lab, but it's like physical doors, whereas all of them are contained within the same demiplane.
But that means we'd also lose our
Or security?
furnace drag. Wait, hang on, our engine is in there.
So the engine is in a different level. So the secondary engineering, you have to go through another gate to get to. So secondary engineering and primary engineering are not on the same, demiplane.
But security is on the same demiplane as the labs, though.
Correct. Security is.
So we would lose our golems and stuff.
Yeah, you lose your security, you lose secondary containment, and then you'd lose the 3 labs.
Our dragon.
I think that's in the engine.
Technically, the elemental is in the engine room, but
Will you say that again? Louder for the people in the back.
nope.
Did he say dragon?
I think
No,
he's
I said
confused.
elemental.
I asked about a dragon, and he's talking about an elemental. I don't understand.
But anyways, yes, you if at bare minimum would be losing one of the labs. That also they're on the same demiplane, so you might be losing all 3 things.
So we probably would need to consult with the helm to understand the logistics.
If we cannot get rid of just the Fey lab, if we also have to lose secondary containment, do you guys still want to jettison the labs?
I mean, secondary containment, that's where we had the meatball.
We have no, we currently have the Surge. I forget his name.
No, we
he's
left
with
him
the
with the
Sphinx.
Sphinx.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
currently
empty.
yeah. We have a vacancy.
Well, we have the Koatoa down there swimming around in the water, don't we?
Well, we can move
He's
him.
vibing.
Yeah, Gelthak is technically down there, but that's just because it's the only part of the ship that has a lot of water.
Isn't that also where the
If we
ritual
make him a
table
floaty
is?
pool on the deck.
We could fill the painting with water.
Yeah.
We did get that cleaned out, right?
We
Yes,
did.
you
Yeah,
get
I
it.
did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Griffle took the trash out one night.
So I'll ask my question again. If we can't get rid of only one, are we willing to lose all 3?
I think so. I mean, we don't want to research the chaos plague.
Look, I think that the secondary containment is useful and it has served us. But I think that there were definitely things we could have done. Like, we didn't absolutely need it at any point. It was just really, really handy.
Yeah.
Oh, we absolutely need it for the Thurge to pull off the plan to get control of the ship.
That is correct.
But
True, yeah.
that being said, I can't think of another scenario where it would be that critical.
Yeah.
What are the chances it happens twice?
Right?
I mean, I think I'm leaning towards jettison everything if we have to.
Yeah, I am too.
What is the opinion of the Deva? Like, is he okay if we keep one? Do we care if he's okay with it?
He said that so we could keep containment and purge the research in the Eldritch lab.
If it's
Basically, his
possible.
thing is 2 of the 3 labs are bad mojo and stupid to have research for it. Like you should want to destroy those things.
Yeah.
The 3rd lab contains stuff that if you're successful in the research, it'll get you killed, and also it would be problematic for him if you were successful. So he really cares about the Fey lab being destroyed, but he thinks that it's probably a good idea if you destroy all 3.
Also, isn't our table in there?
Our
The
ritual
table is
table's in
in-
the
No, our
Eldritch.
table's on the main ship.
No,
The ritual table.
Oh, the ritual table.
The ritual table is in
the Eldritch lab.
lab 2.
Can we move it?
I don't see any reason why you couldn't. I mean, it would take a couple of days, but you guys have time on the trip,
And we have a full crew.
and you have full.
Yeah, we can get people to help.
So I know one person has said it, and one person typed it into chat. He has said a word. He's used a word a couple of times. Is it something you want him to define? I didn't want to
Nice.
impose it appropriate.
Yeah.
What is a kind?
He says, the kind are remnants now, but divinely empowered spirits. Some, like myself, are connected to or imbued in individuals. Others can be, but they are their separate thing. I know the type of kind that you interacted with is a pure soul, something that it would rather be locked away forever or destroyed than go against the will of its creators and go against the greater good. It's part of the reason that I'm not too worried about this conversation. I was worried what would happen if you saw through the guys earlier or approaching you directly. But now seeing that a spirit that is similar to me, but on a different scale, has deemed at least one of you worthy of interaction, that maybe you are actually going to do something supremely good, and we can have that conversation here.
He's talking about my spirit.
Mhm.
I see.
He's basically saying it's a category of entity where Deva, apparently angels, and the spirit that you got are all in that kind of category.
Right.
But he called the bone rod an artifact of the kind.
Yes, he did.
It's an angel bone.
Okay.
So I'm going to imagine that there's a more kind of back and forth conversation mentally, and he's sort of standing there. He's aware that you guys are kind of having debates and discussions telepathically, and he's sort of patiently waiting to see what your conclusion is, what your decision is.
I mean, I think, yeah, we just have to figure out how to do it.
So, what do you want to say to him?
I'm kind of waiting till I hear what the general consensus is.
I feel like
I'm-
to
I
a certain
think-
degree, everyone's waiting on consensus, which is not.
Yeah.
helpful.
Josh, the player, does not know what to say here because I feel like we haven't got an answer.
I'm down for doing it. I don't really like doing it while being followed. If something goes wrong, I don't want to just give the lab to someone else. You know what I mean? Like, I'd want to stop being followed and then do the plan, which would give us time to prepare anyway.
So you want to ensure that the labs are destroyed.
100%. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, if we're being pursued and we jettison them and they don't explode, we can't really stop.
Exactly, right? Like, we're kind of
Little bit.
screwed. I want to jettison them in a much more controlled place where we're not being followed to the best of our knowledge, etc., etc.
Well, he said if we jettison it at the edge of the borer, it's going to explode.
So he believes.
I think that's where we just need to like maybe confer with Plucky and see how do we do this? What's going to happen? You know,
hmm
I think we're in favor, but we just need to know details of how it works.
I would also say with Griffel's dungeoneering knowledge, like knowledge of the ship from spending time working on kind of understanding the ship better, his explanation does sound like something that would happen in the cause, right? You're going to be teleporting something that has a like portal inside of it into the cause. From everything you guys have found out from the dust, that like iridescent
It's
dust
gonna
within the cause,
explode. Yeah.
it's going to explode.
So if it's a 100% guarantee that we just hit a button and they're gone, then yeah, I think we don't need to wait other than just getting stuff out of it that we need. But also, weren't there a bunch of living fey creatures in the lab?
No, when we turned off
We
the
released them.
yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
The only thing that was left in the lab was the there was one corpse of a fae that you guys
Right.
did a ritual on and talked to.
It was like 12 feet tall.
The wild hunt guy.
Yeah.
So the DM needs to go get a different fork, but I'll be back in just a second. Someone make the decision to talk for the group, because it sounds like the consensus is yes, jettison, but you guys have to now have this new arrangement with Solfagarian as Kron.
Yeah, I would just like to point out, I went into this saying, you know, he's been good, and if he had a good excuse, then, you know, I'd be willing to work with him. And you were all like, no. But now, you know, just saying.
He had a good excuse.
All right, I am back. It sounds like nobody is against jettisoning the lab, so who's talking for the group, and what do you want to say to him?
Yeah, so I'll say we support destroying the labs and the research therein. I know that there's at least 2 other labs doing research with the adversarial creatures. Do I know if there are any other chaos elemental research labs?
No.
Okay.
There was, so you know that there is one other base where they got stuff from, but you don't know if that's another lab.
Okay. And then I don't know if there's any other Fey related labs. So we may be destroying the only one. But could you tell us more about why we are being pursued by an alienist? from Tantarus?
He says, well, I'm glad we're at least all on the same page about something. And this is the moment that I owe you an apology. I made the assumption that you would not be reasonable and you would not be looking at things from a bigger picture. You'd just be seeing that someone was requesting you destroy or lose something of potential value. And that's on me. That is my own deceptive nature, and I can try to blame it on the bodies I'm born into, but it is the way I am these days. But if you are now on that point, I think we can continue to try to work together. As far as the alienists is concerned, they're not here for me. I don't know how they're on your tail, but that wasn't something to do with me.
They are here for us.
I think it's
We
our
have-
fault.
We have more to fill you in on. As we have seen a vision of your death, we have also seen a vision of the alienist's death at the shadow of Hadar, Akamar, and Gebeth. It's hands.
Beautiful.
They are the ones who pursue us now. And you as well.
The shadows are dangerous soldiers, powerful lieutenants of the adversary. If you've seen them in action, you know how dangerous and deadly they are. Do you have a plan for dealing with them?
I think a well-timed jettison might be of worth.
He thinks about it for a second and then goes, yeah. Huh. Well, maybe. You can see he like the wheels turning for a second and he goes, but I don't know how to catch them in it. That would be the trick. They're going to be following in the wake of the boar you created, this safe zone, the corridor that gets us from the different locations. And if we jettison the lab directly at them, we won't be putting it directly in the cloud, so there's a chance that it won't detonate. But if they were in the cloud, then the cloud would destroy them. Going through the clouds at any sort of speed, it's like being sandblasted with magic. You're destroyed almost immediately. But if we were able to figure out exactly where they were in the corridor, we could send it behind us like a mine. Something that be placed against the edge of the corridor, and perhaps they could get caught in the explosion. Unless that borer tool of yours has other means that I am not aware of, I can't think of a good way to get it done. At least a way to get it done that ensures the destruction of the lab. You can see that he's kind of switched from being someone who's like obviously sort of making a presentation to now being someone that's like, okay, now we're kind of allies. We're working at a common cause. And he's trying to spitball these ideas of like, okay, that's a thing we could do. How do we get it done?
We are using this borer, but we do not understand much of its mechanism. Is this something you are familiar with? Perhaps it can be directed, or perhaps the tunnel could even be collapsed.
So he says, I don't know. If I could get access to the tool that you're using, I've seen it from my ship, I might be able to figure out something of how it works. I imagine if it can create the bore, maybe it should be able to close it behind you. But then again, if you can close the bore behind you, if you can make sure that they're following and close it behind you, that'll work just as well as detonating the lab would. So he's just trying to figure it out. Like, okay, yeah, if he's saying if you'll give me or you'll let me work with the map, if I can figure out a way to close the bore, then yeah, like that could be something that could work.
But just closing the bore would also fuck them, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Do we
Yeah.
trust him that much telepathically?
I mean, if he came to our ship, sure, but I'm not sure I'm comfortable bringing that thing here.
Yeah.
But he won't go to our ship because he'll mess with his illusion.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So I mean, you guys know that. I would make the assumption that you wouldn't just hand him the map and everything and just be like, "Cool, look into it. I'll talk to you later." And he's not making that assumption either. He's like, "Yeah, if you bring it over here, we can work together and try to figure out how it works." But you can tell he still has no intention of actually coming aboard your ship.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't he say that us finding the queen is an objectively good thing,
Mhm.
and
He
he would
did.
help us do that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to ask him what he knew about the queens before the conversation ended, but I don't think it's a priority over...
Did that trip any discern lies stuff?
You know that the discern lies didn't work.
Oh, okay.
Like the effect of discern lies hit him. It hit something around him that just slid off of him. So discern lies is not currently active.
I don't know if it was a capital G good, but it was
It was emphatic.
an emphatic.
He tried to make the point that it's a capital G good, like it's a universe level positive.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all I'm trying to say is he said this is objectively good, but as I learned, there is no objectively good thing. Unless you've been lying to me this entire time, Gary.
It's called the Bible, Michael.
So true.
I mean, whether there is an objective good or not is a separate thing from whether people will tell you there's an objective good or not.
Mm-hmm.
As far as
All
you can
I'm
tell,
saying is that there's a reason the adversary is such an angry little boy, and maybe it's because he was put in jail for 10 billion years. And no one ever sees it his way.
mm-hmm.
We could bring the board to you, but you must understand that this is extremely precious to us. And so before we do, if we do, I would ask you, what is your name?
He smiles at that and says, as you've already been able to figure out, it's Saul Falgarin, and I imagine you're going to ask a couple more times.
Yes. I couldn't quite hear that. What was your name?
He laughs at it and goes, my name is Saul Falgarin. And then he says again, kind of clears his throat and goes, my name is Saul Falgarin.
Thank you.
You didn't ask it a third time.
That's true.
He does the repetition, so he does it 3 times.
Oh,
That's not a loophole.
I thought you had to ask though. Is that not? Am I misunderstanding?
I think it's forcing them to
Say it 3 times.
say what they are 3 times.
There's a difference here, right? Filibuster / Michael is making a point of normally it's a call and response, and he kind of skipped the cue and said his name 3 times. You don't know which part of it is the important part.
So
yeah,
then
feel free
maybe,
to ask him a third time.
yeah. So maybe I would say, you will forgive me, but please, what is your name?
He nods, and then he says, "The name of the life that I am in is Saul Falgarin."
That feels sketchy.
Yeah, but it's not dishonest.
Yeah. Thank you.
He's not. He is immortal, but he's not capital I immortal.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't appease those rules, as far as I understand.
You can tell with that side, like there is a moment where he's just like, I am this individual, right? Where if you get the sensation from the way that he responded to that if you'd asked him what his name was when he was Jua, he
Mm-hmm.
would have said, "My name is Jua," and he
Yeah.
wouldn't have been lying. But he was also someone else, right? So there is this thing where he's like, this isn't a perfect thing for me, but he understands what you're doing too, right?
Mhm.
You're using this to see if he's connected with the adversary.
Mm-hmm. So, do all Deva have like a true name that they are aware of as they go through their many lifetimes?
You do not know.
Okay.
This is like asking if a shapeshifter remembers what they look like when they were born.
Somewhat, yeah. Yeah, he's saying that you're using this thing as an invocation. There is a specific like sort of little R ritual to
Mm-hmm.
invoking the name for adversary related purposes. But he's kind of making a point of like, this isn't like the name of my true self, right? He's making the point of this is the life that I'm in right now.
Yeah.
It's not me.
Mm-hmm.
Because even when he was first talking, like when you first got into this form, he was you guys would be able to tell he was speaking more about Saul Falgarin as a different person, and then the longer that he's been Saul Falgarin, the more that he's changing the thing to talk about himself as Saul Falgarin rather than it being another person. Like kind of like as a shapeshifter, the longer that he's being this person, the more it's him.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, well, we've got some time remaining. I told my first mage that I needed him to double check the divinations coming up. I'm going to need to go and deal with him at some point. I know he's going to do his work, and it should take him another 20 minutes or so. But if you do have something that you wish to talk to him about aboard your ship, if you are going to be using him or using any members of my crew to help with what you need done before the labs are destroyed, you are welcome to have him. Although I think it was a move that I would have done to ask the first mage questions about the captain. He smiles, and you can sort of tell that he figured out what you guys were doing.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't exactly unobvious.
Yeah.
While that was the original intent, now that we plan to destroy the labs, it would be useful to have him to help move the divination table.
Ritual table.
Ritual table. Whatever it is. I don't do the rituals. I don't know. It's some table. Magic table.
But we also have a magic food table, so you do have to specify.
They're the same to me. They're just magic tables. I don't know.
Just two different magic tables in two different rooms.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's just saying, if you guys need Vetaman to go do this, by all means. He's kind of laying out that I noticed what you were doing, and I basically distracted him for a little while so I could talk to you. And then he'd say, like, if you want to, we've got several days left on the trip. If you want to bring the the map over to me, I will see what I can do. But you get from him the impression that like he doesn't feel like it's particularly likely that he'll be able to figure it out.
Oh, okay.
But he thinks it's worth the effort. But like this is a long shot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have several days, right? So anyone who does ritual stuff should probably be helping with the table, and then those who aren't, like myself and maybe Griffle, could take the map over and work with Crom or Saul, whatever he wants to go by.
Is there anything else that you want to do in this scene before we say cool?
Yeah,
We're
I
gonna
would
break
like
the-
to ask,
do stuff.
what do you know of the Summer Queens?
He says, I've lived a few lives of Fae, and I know that they are reality level stuff. They have rules, not belief systems or codes that they follow, things like that, but rules, real rules they have to follow. And there is a power in the rules that they use. Everything that I've been able to know, I don't think any of the queens are active currently. I think they were all destroyed or sealed away long, long ago. If you don't mind me asking, you made a divination on my ship. You asked a lot of questions, but the questions you asked about the queens, at least, were directed towards the old one, the head of summer. Is that who you think is at the end of the journey?
Oh, and just because I'm terrible with this.
No.
He's talking about grandmother. He wouldn't use the term grandmother, but he's saying, you asked about grandmother aboard the ship. So he's like, is that who you think is there?
I thought grandmother, because one, you just said no, but I thought it was grandmother.
No. We're going to the queen that is.
Oh, we're trying to get the last part of her.
But we know grandmother is in like a pocket dimension that you can only be invited to.
Right. Oh my goodness, my brain. So we're in the cause to get what again?
Mother.
The name
The
for
name of
mother.
The name. But so like the last piece of the name, because we've had parts of the name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And we've freed her twice, right?
Yeah.
We freed her twice.
By fire and by
Sword?
Sword, yes.
yes.
By fire, by sword, and by seed is how she must be freed.
So we have
So
to
she
do
needs-
siege.
The seed is the thing remaining.
So do we trust this guy enough to tell him all this? Like he seems. What do we know of like the Deva versus the Summer Court? Like
They're different entities. So the Deva would be like angel stuff, and the courts are Fae stuff.
The primary thing that you guys know about Deva is that by a large portion, the largest portion or the largest concentration of Deva are part of the Imperium. So there are definitely Deva that are sprinkled throughout everywhere else, but there are more Deva in the Imperium than there are everywhere else combined. So a lot of Deva stuff seems to be connected with the Imperium.
But then it feels like the Deva that we met, who were part of the Imperium. Well, I guess I was gonna say they didn't seem as like. They seem more just like people with agendas. This guy feels like he's taken a long view, but maybe that's wrong.
I mean, this guy at least he's talking like a believer, right? Like he is talking about the long view and stuff. And when you spoke with Nariv, she was also talking long view stuff. It was the David that did the ritual on
Right.
2nd.
The child murderer.
I don't think Drak is a Deva, but it's
ouch. Ouch.
The other one. one
He
child
might just be
murdered.
masquerading as our friend Druck.
Yeah.
If his rolls start getting suspiciously good, everyone, be on the lookout.
Now, there is still, I'm trying to draw things back to being at the table here for a second. There is still a hanging question in the air. Drock asked, what do you know about the queens? And he said, not a whole lot. I think they've been all sealed away. I don't think any of them are active anymore. And then he said, all right, well, if we're sharing information, is Queen Mother, is the queen that was the one that you're going after? Because that's the one you asked questions about aboard my ship.
Yeah, and I would say, yes, she is the one we're after.
But she's
So
not
that's
the
a
one
lie.
after. We're after the queen that is.
Oh, wait. Oh, the whole is and was and these things
Will
screw
be.
me up so much. Okay, we're after Mother. Is he asking about Mother?
He's asking about grandmother.
Yeah, so he's asking about grandmother.
Okay, then the answer is no. Sorry, that's me screwing it up consistently.
So
Sounds like
he wants
good.
to know if we're going after grandmother because we asked a bunch of questions about grandmother, and the answer is, oh no, we asked questions about how to get to grandmother because we already know how to get to mother, and we're on our way there now.
Mhm.
And we've already dealt with the queen that is yet to come. Queen that will be. Queen that is
Yeah,
yet
the
to
queen
come.
yet to come is the phrase.
Too many names, guys. I'm so bad with names.
It doesn't help that they have like 600 names.
I
Yeah,
know,
there's a whole
right?
bunch of them too, right? So the queen that is yet to come is also the summer lady, and she's also the daughter. Like there's
She's
so
also
many.
Clotho.
You're
Yes.
not helping me, Gary. You're not helping.
What I'm saying is, if you're going, man, I feel confused because there's a lot of names and there's only really 3 people involved here. Don't feel bad. You're right. There are a lot of names and there's a lot of overlap.
Okay, good. So then
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I'll answer him no. We were trying to get more information where we were lacking. We are here for the queen that is? Am I saying
There you
that
go.
right now?
Yep.
Yeah. So he nods along and he goes, I think that I might be able to help in some way, but I'm going to have to dig through my mind in a more specific way. I've lived a whole bunch of lives, but I only get impressions of those lives now. If I'm trying to get something specific, I have to focus for a significant amount of time. I don't think anything that's floating to the surface would be useful to you about the queens, but I can try to meditate on it, focus, pull myself back into my past lives and see if one of the lives that I lived had a clue or a hint. You asked questions about summer, and you're going after summer. Is all of your stuff with summer, or are you doing anything with winter? Are you only aligned with summer? How does this work?
We are not aligned with winter in any way.
Wait.
But-
Didn't we fix their accounts?
We did.
Did we?
We seek the reestablishment of an order that the adversary opposed, and we have most commonly been seeking out the ways to restore the summer court. But we believe the winter court to also be essential. We just have fewer leads.
And sorry, so one sec. Because I thought it was the Winter King that was like corrupted by the adversary. Am I wrong on that? What am I mixing up here?
That's the vampire knight.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. Dalseth was the winter knight.
Mhm.
He betrayed Clotho because he got corrupted by the adversary.
Got it.
The Night King is not associated with the courts, and one of the
The Fey courts.
yeah, not in source with the Fey courts. The point that I'm trying to make is nobody really talks about kings when it comes to the fairy courts.
Got
Like,
it. Okay.
even you've met a king of fairy,
Hmm.
and he said he was a king of fairy, but he doesn't use that title. So it's one of those things of like, it can be applied, but it's not something that they use. So if you hear king, it's very unlikely to be a fairy thing. If it's going to be queens for the fairies. Like Merc is the Goblin King, but he made a comment about that, but he still refers to himself as Merc. He doesn't talk about being the Goblin King.
Okay, so then I'll change what I was saying. I'll just say, I am a summer knight, currently just trying to return the queens. But I have nothing against the Winter Court.
He kind of cocks his head at that and goes, huh. Nothing you said was untrue, but also seems to conflict with what I know.
What do you know?
He said he is a summer knight and said that he has nothing against winter. I don't think those things are typically how the story goes.
We know that summer and winter are opposed, but we also know that they are locked together. We believe that all must be returned to return the courts to power.
Right. Sort of the same thing with the gods. You can't just bring back the gods of puppies and sunshine. You have to bring back the gods of deceit and murder along with it. I guess that might be how it all works.
I shrug.
Well, you're going after a big fairy queen. Wait, if you're a knight, then
Yes, we have returned the queen that is yet to come to the world.
he kind of runs his hands through his hair and then goes, oh, so I guess I'm once again the one that's out of date. All right. So you're saying you've got to get everything back. There's 3 winter, 3 summer, some number of other, potentially not as important. But you've got one of the summer. Trying to get information on the big summer. And you're going after the queen that is now. And you've not done anything with the winter side of things. So presumably, as far as all of us know, the 3 of them are still sealed.
Yes,
Yes.
as far as we know.
Huh. Well, I'll look through my lives, see if I lived anything that was relevant to fairy stuff. I think the one that you knew. I could feel Jua's pretty close to the surface. He was respectful to the queens, but he didn't know anything specifically useful. I'll delve through my lives and see if there's something I can find that you might find helpful. And from what I understand of summer and winter, they are going to be very difficult to return together. We might find it useful if we're still working, at least by appearances, at odds. I could lead some investigation into the winter side of things if you end up having summer under wraps. I think if that's the case, I should stay back when you do whatever you're going to do with the queen that is for summer. If she marks me, even in a positive way, it might make it really difficult for me to find any information on winter or interact with them if they see me as, and kind of gestures towards Strock, allies of an agent of summer.
That is wise, and we would appreciate your assistance.
think the only information we have on the Winter Courts that might assist you is a vision we had of Dalseth being tortured. The death of this Imperium alienist Stent at the Star Shadow's hands was at Dalseth's prison.
Dalseth. Okay. And that guy is
The betrayer.
somehow. So that one's the Winter Knight.
Yes.
Huh. So the Winter Knight is somewhere that we might be able to get to, but it has defenses or things around it, potentially. Stuff that you saw in a vision that you might be able to let me know of. If we can get a line on where the Winter Knight is, we should be able to use that in some way to find the rest of winter. You can see he's kind of like sitting there thinking, wheels turning, and then he's like, but I think we're almost out of time for it to be reasonable for the conversation. I hope you keep in contact. We've still got several days before we make it to that spot you marked on the map. I will do what I can to work on this, and I think you're right. The destruction of the Fey Quartz, or sorry, the destruction of the Fey Lab and the other labs is important, and we need to make sure it's done correctly. If we can't find a way to use it as a weapon against those that are following us, maybe it's best if it can be on hold, at least for the moment. I still think it's probably a good thing to jettison that lab. And if you're going after the queen that is, showing up at her doorstep with a dirty closet full of knives with her name on it might not be the best of plans.
Clotho's been on the ship, right?
Yes.
She never mentioned it.
He also doesn't know that. So he's just saying, he basically is saying, I agree that launching it right now might be not the best of plans, but you should probably get rid of it before you go see the Queen of Summer.
Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree. I'm more surprised Clotho didn't mention it. If it's such a big deal, right?
So is there anything else you guys want to talk to Captain Crom / Saul Falgarin before you split and we kind of go back into downtime for a little bit?
No.
I think I heard a no.
I don't think so.
I think I have also exhausted talking points.
Yeah. I'm good.
So he goes over, he turns off the anti-eavesdropping ward, and then, talks loudly about working together on more things as he looks like Crom again. And then you can see he's sort of talking his way into picking the persona back up as he goes aboard, like walks with you to the deck of the ship.
Is this what Morin does when he comes back from the Shadowfell?
What? Kind of
turns on his smile.
Mm-hmm. Paints on his smile as a.
I'm not sure Morin has smiled very often in this campaign.
Yeah, I was trying to think. I don't think he's a smiley guy. Yeah. So if Morin smiles and I start rolling well, we're in trouble.
So he, says goodbye to you guys. He's not going to come with you back onto your all ship, but he'll stay here and you guys can go kind of back into downtime. So I'm going to
I think we could let Vetamin know that.
Well, no, we still want Vetamin, right? Because A, it would look suspicious if we canceled, and B, we want to see if he can help move the table. Like the reason we want him's changed, But assistance moving that table is still needed, right?
I just figured anyone on our crew could probably do that.
He might. Well, I thought he was more skilled in some things.
Maybe he could add more rituals to it.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
I mean, it would be helpful to have another person there. As you guys are kind of thinking about the table and stuff, you have a magic item specialist aboard your ship.
Yeah.
Oh,
So the
Jewish?
person who would, yes, the person who would actually be the most helpful at moving the table, other than like actually physically moving the table, is Hatterai. Because that's Hatterai's whole family thing is making minor magical items.
Yeah, fair. I think it would be still suspicious if we didn't take Vetemon. Like, that's what
Oh, no.
started all this, right?
Yeah, like
So-
just for pretense.
Yeah, so Veteman comes back with you, and you guys can start the process of seeing what you need to do to move things out. I'm not going to try to play sort of gotcha with, oh, you need to tell me everything you guys take out of the stuff. What I'm instead going to do is at the end of session tonight, I'll go to the thing for the ship and I'll type out, like, this is the stuff that you can't take out of there, right? Like, you can take out a bunch of stuff, but you can't take out, like, secondary containment. Secondary containment can't completely come out of the labs. Like, you just don't have a way to do that. But can kind of explain this is all the stuff that you need. One question that I do have for you is when you do pop back aboard your ship, the bosun comes up to you pretty much as soon as you're back, and says, I do be thinking that none of the weirdness is on our crew. Were you able to see what be happening over there?
Yes. An unlikely potential ally, but someone masquerading as Crom so as to make their crew feel at ease.
Do you want to tell your bosun that?
I don't know, because he might tell the crew. We could just say we were wrong, but it's always good to follow up on hunches.
I will say that is a kind of group decision, whether you're telling the bosun or not. He doesn't seem like someone. He doesn't seem like someone that's going to like immediately tell the entire crew. But you know, telling an extra person there is a secret does mean that it's less likely said secret will be kept. So it's kind of a question for you guys of how much do you think that, you know, Crom is really Salfagir and is important to be kept secret from the crew? So where's the line? That's kind of what I need to know.
I think we'd want to say that we investigated and it's nothing he needs to be concerned about, but we do need to use discretion.
Sure. I can get on board with that.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's not going to disagree with anyone. So if you say that you've looked into it and you're no longer concerned, he'll kind of say, you know, good, I'll keep my eyes if I see anything unusual, and kind of go back to business. So you guys have some number of days to get to where you're going? You guys have a little over 8 days for this leg of the trip? No. Yes. A little over 8 days for this leg of the trip. If you guys have stuff that you want to do in downtime that's disconnected with the stuff that we've already talked about, just let me know kind of in your personal channel or shoot me a message or whatever of like, hey, I've got we've got several days worth of time here. I want to do X, Y, or Z, or I want to look into X, Y, or Z. But I'm kind of opening this up for individual stuff. If you guys wanted to do some individual stuff, It takes about 2 days to clean out the labs completely. Taking apart the ritual table and getting the ritual table to still function intact outside of the labs takes like the vast majority of the time. That is by far the most complicated thing that's in the labs that you actually want to salvage. There is a ton of stuff because the laboratory 3 is physically a lot bigger than the other 2 laboratories. Is there anything in the labs that you would want to preserve? Because I know I said like all like the magical stuff and that sort of thing. I'm going to make a list of, hey, this is the stuff that you can't keep. But I don't really think it's much of anything. It's mostly stuff that you can take with you. But there is a lot of raw materials and stuff in the Fey Lab, as well as there is the body of the one Fey creature that is still there. Do you want to take any of those materials out, any of the quicksilver, any of the iron or the Fey slaughter stuff? Like, do you want to take any of that out of the lab, or is that going to be left there to be jettisoned?
I would want to leave that to be jettisoned. The body, do we know like proper burial rituals for the Fae?
No. I mean, they're basically an extinct people. For most people, they consider the Fae more or less not a thing anymore. So
could we ask Crom if he knows?
You could ask Clotho.
That's true. Yeah, I could ask Clotho. Did forget about that for a moment there. So yeah, I guess on one of the days I would contact Clotho and then ask specifically about that and see if there was a way that we could respectfully deal with the body.
And Clotho would kind of appear in her, when I say like the mannequin form, where it looks like the basic sort of nondescript, slightly elven featured one, where she doesn't look like the halfling and she doesn't look like one of the other sort of incarnations of herself, because you're asking sort of not a specific question of her as a person, you're asking as her as her office. And Clotho will say that each of the different Fae have a different rite of passage. It depends on who they are.
Like who they are as a person or who they are as a species? Would that be clear? Sorry,
the individual would have different rights associated with them when they pass.
Without knowing the individual's preferences, is there a respectful way that we can assist in this matter?
It would be most respectful to ask their liege lord or liege lady.
We don't know who that is in this case and probably won't have time to contact them.
So would you make the assumption that this conversation is happening somewhere that she would be able to see or have access to said dead Fae creature?
Yeah, I would assume so. Probably not in the lab, because it sounds like that lab's a bad place for Clotho. So maybe if we could take the body out of the lab and then do the whole, like when I activate and then look through, like she looks through my eyes, right? Mm-hmm. Use that to actually let her see the body.
She would let you know that she doesn't know who this individual Fae is, but she can clearly see what court he belongs to. And he is one of the wild. So you would need to contact his liege lord. And if you can't contact his liege lord, you basically keep going up the chain of command until you can contact somebody. So you would need to find a wild Fae to figure out.
Okay.
Does that mean Merc?
Merc is somewhere in the rankings of the wild court. So he is definitely a member of the Wild Court. You don't really know exactly the hierarchy of that court, as well as like winter and summer. But if he's not the right person, he probably knows the answer. Whereas like she's not a member of the Wild Court, so she does not know how to get the answer other than you need to talk to someone in the Wild Court. Clotho would let you know that Merc is a ranking noble of the Wild. He would know either the rights and or would know their liege lord or know who to contact.
All right, I guess we'll just find somewhere safe to store the body until we can figure it out.
We do have a gem, right, that we can contact Merc with.
That is not a contact gem. That is a if you contact me and don't give me what I want, you die gem, and you can only do it once.
Because you die.
Okay.
It is a gem of summoning, not a gem of contact, for the record. But yes.
We don't know that
Well,
we
that's what I
haven't
meant by
done
once.
it. We might have done the thing.
What did Merc want again?
He wanted to know why his armor was weakening.
And we do know the answer.
Dragons are basically
Dying out.
extinct.
Yeah. He just wanted to know why, right?
Yeah, he wanted to know why my dragon armor does not work.
Yep.
And if you can figure that out, then that would be useful. And if you need something done, right? You need me for something. You can summon me. I will do whatever it is that you need. Within his interpretation of what it is you need. And his payment for that is you need to tell me why my armor doesn't work.
Okay. Proposition. Feel free to shoot this down. We could call him, tell him why his armor doesn't work, and ask him to kill Stent.
Well,
And
why does
also
his
how to
armor not
pay.
work?
Because the dragons are dying out. Because Aegis refuses to breed
Is that
with a
actually why?
non-sentient dragon. I believe so.
How do we know that?
Mm,
All I'm saying is it's a little risky to summon him and give him wrong information.
that's true. Just a thought.
How will he know if we're right or wrong?
I don't know.
Will he be mad at us for answering in good faith but being wrong?
Yes.
He can't know that we're wrong unless
That's
he
true.
knows the right answer.
This is like saying it
So we could
proves
just
that
lie
God
to
is
him.
alive.
We can just lie to him.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Morin's
He
making
can
some good
discern
points right now.
lies. I don't know if he's someone we want to mess with.
That's what we want
I
to mess
do
with.
know that he is not someone we want to mess with.
Yeah.
Gary's just listening to us talk about
Didn't-
ending the campaign today.
Didn't Gary show us like what his melee basic attack is, and it basically
Yeah.
would have one-shot any of us back when we were level 10 or 11?
But would it one-shot us now?
Yes.
I still think it might.
Gary,
Gary's
can
gonna
you
be
re-trigger
crap for this.
the
By
melee
one-shot us, I meant
basic?
one-shot the party, not one-shot an individual.
I don't remember though. We gotta see
I
it
don't-
again.
I'm not going to show you again, but also does Griffle have an opinion on this discussion of summoning?
The campaign ender.
Listen. We got off easy last time with him, and he made that really clear to us. I do not think we want to be fucking around with this.
How did we
Also-
even talk our way out of that one?
We didn't. He was just like, I will excuse your rudeness this one time because I don't remember exactly why. Some reason.
You did not step
But
through
he
the
was just
portal,
like-
is the short answer.
Yeah.
He
couldn't
would
get
have
to
killed
us.
you if you stepped through the portal into his domain. But you opened the door, you woke him up, and then you gave him some information, and he was like, all right, well, I don't have a specific reason to kill you, but also you've been kind of rude, so I'm going to give you a pass. And then you gave him, or you presented him with Baneslayer, and he was able to draw a drop of blood out of Baneslayer.
Whose blood?
And how were we
Um,
rude? Just by waking him
was-
up?
Wasn't it the blood of one of the
We-
walkers?
Didn't
Mhm.
address him properly.
Yes.
Terminus.
Yes. You did not address him properly at any point in the conversation, which he let you know at the very end. And you're basically, from his perspective, you guys were not following the sort of codes of respect that he should be due, right? So he's like,
Oh,
there is a set of rules associated with talking with someone of my status.
We have those rules.
we have
You
those
did
rules.
not
I
follow
know.
those rules, but you're doing these other things that I find are beneficial. So I'm gonna give you a pass on not following the rules. And then, you gave him the droplet. He said, "Cool. That means I can actually, the benefit here is you've done all these things that are somewhat rude. I can look over them because I get to go on a true hunt. Like I have something I can go and do, and I'm now awake to be able to do it. So, I can forgive you being rude this time, but next time you need to do things appropriately." And he specifically told the goblins in the group, "You need to address me as king because I am the king of your kind." And yes, you guys do have a copy of the rules.
I would spend some downtime reading those rules.
I bet it's just like rule 1, don't. No, don't.
No.
So I told you I'd give you some stuff about the fairy books. I have a lot of it written down in notes, and I should be able to have a handout for you guys in game, and I will copy and paste all of that into the prosperity chat as well. But the short version is that a lot of the rules that you guys will get from the books seem like variations of rules that you're familiar with from dealing with sort of other bigger entities, and a lot of times like with the Fae Court or with the Vampire Courts, because a lot of the Vampire Court rules were sort of based on the Fairy Court rules, and there's some changes in there. But if you're familiar with the vampire rules, which everyone from your part of the world is very familiar with, then it's not that hard to figure out how the Fae ones are different once you have a sort of objective source, right? You have someone that's normally you guys are dealing with like, oh, someone is telling us what the rule is, and then we have to figure out like how correct that person is or anything like that. Since you guys have copies of the books, you're going to be able to get a series of sort of objective, this is the actual forms. Now, one of the ways that I want to do that in the campaign is you guys have the rules, you guys have enough time to study them. I'm going to assume that rather than giving my players a bunch of homework of stuff to read that they have to speak correctly with the fairies, that's less fun than assuming that I'm translating what your characters are saying to how that actually works. And if there's a big difference between, what filibusters, what Michael says versus what filibuster would know is the correct thing to say, if there's a really big disconnect, I'd be like, no, you know the rules enough to know that you would say it like this, or you would not broach that subject. You would do it in this way. I think that's going to be a more fun way to handle these arcane and complex fairy rules than trying to get you guys as people to remember the rules, for the rest of time.
Oh yeah, 100%. Considering I can't even remember the names.
I mean, who here is putting fun above making this as realistic as possible?
You know what,
Everybody
Morin?
Not Morin.
For you have to do all the rules perfectly in
Can't
character.
wait to add this legal document to the calendar.
But yeah, so that's how I'm going to handle it. I'm going to give you guys the basics, like the term definitions of like what is it according to the books, what does it mean to be treated, what does it mean to be bound, all that sort of stuff. And then it gives the books also give you a listing of who everyone is. It doesn't give you names, and it doesn't look like it's been removed from the books, but it gives everyone titles, right? So it never says Clotho is the Summer Lady, but it says Summer Lady like all over the place, or the Queen yet to come in certain places. So it's going to detail kind of the roles that everyone plays in the workings of the Seelie and the workings of the Unseelie. And for your guys' characters, the rules for the Seelie Accords are way more important, I guess is the way to say that. For the Unseelie rules, those are the ones that are going to be a little bit more weird. And those are the ones that I might make a bigger point out of, like, this is different from stuff, because it's not going to be something that you guys are going to be directly using. Because the Seelie rules are, how do creatures with nature deal with creatures without nature? So how do the creatures with nature deal with you guys? But you guys don't have natures, so the other rules, which are how do creatures with nature deal with other creatures with nature, isn't going to directly come up very often. I say all that to say, I might bring up a, hey, this is an Unseelie court thing while you guys are dealing with other NPCs, but I'm very unlikely to bring it up when you guys are talking. So you guys have a couple of days. You spend it getting all the stuff out of the labs, moving everything up, doing everything you need to. Sounds like you're not keeping a lot of the raw equipment, but you are keeping that one, the corpse of the wild fae. And you guys would find out very easily that there isn't really a way to just jettison the fairy, so Lab 3, sorry. It is possible for, if you guys went to like dry dock and you had more time, like in the terms of like you had like a couple of weeks, you could find a way to disconnect, basically, you know, do it outside of the cause, disconnect the lab from the rest of it, but you don't think you'd be able to do that inside of the cause. So from my understanding of your all's explanation is, because you guys can't get rid of just Lab 3 in the cause, that means you would jettison all 3. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's the other piece that I want to put into that element of, like, you know, you could get rid of just Lab 3, but you're not going to be able to do that until later. Like, you're going to have to leave the cause, get somebody or get something to come in, or spend a significant amount of downtime creating a barrier there, and then do it. So we'll fast forward as you guys are going along. So 7 days into the journey, after you've gotten the lab prepped to be jettisoned, after the crews have sort of stabilized again back into their routine, and the bosun is sort of not forgotten the events of day number 2 of your trip, but you see he's kind of like put it into the back of his mind. He's like, okay, well, we've returned to business as normal. There's no more weirdness. We've done all this stuff here. And while you can tell some people on the crew are not super clued in on why we're taking all the stuff out of the lab, people in the crew don't tend to sort of naysay you all. And especially like your visitors and stuff, they do not challenge you or question you about what you're doing aboard the ship, especially because all the crew quarters are not contained in the labs, so you're not kicking one another out of their room or anything to do this. So little over 1 day out from your target, you guys get a message from the other ship, showing like a warning symbol, not the normal, like, oh, we're going to send a complex message. This is the simple, there is danger message from it. And we need to talk. And then you see Vetamin standing kind of at the edge of his ship, looking towards you all, kind of gesturing and pointing to the warning flag, trying to get your all's attention. I will also say, over the course of, I assume that you guys spent half a day or something with the map in the captain's quarters with Saul, and he can't figure out how the map works, other than it seems to be very useful at opening this lock. He doesn't see how you're supposed to relock the door. Like, he's not sure that's something that this thing is made for. But you also get the impression that he's not really a specialist in this. I will actually say,
Would we have asked Kiki about this?
about the map.
Yeah, or closing the border.
She's seen the map before, and then she would let you know that she doesn't think that that's what the purpose of the tool is, that it might be able to be used like that, but she doesn't know how. Kiki is also like 15, so
What about
she is not a storied expert. She's just fairly sensitive.
what would Hatterai say?
So giving Hatterai the map, basically what he's going to say is that this is his bailiwick, but it's a little out of his depth. He's going to need he would need a pretty significant more time. He can definitely start the research on it. And he thinks he might be able to come up with something usable as another way to use the bore. If he can see it, like if he can be the one to activate the next step, he might be able to figure out a way to use it in a different manner.
Okay.
So his main thing is he will study it, and then he'll ask basically permission to be the one that activates the last leg. And then if he's given permission, he thinks that he might be able to figure out how it works when it's actually fired up, and might be able to see if there's a way to use another function of the map.
Okay.
So I want to take a moment to resolve the thing that I meant to. Before the warning symbol comes through, you do talk to Saul. Saul will say that he's done his meditation. He's gone through his past lives, and he doesn't know anything for certain. He's got a lot of conflicting information of stories of the Queens of Fairy. He's a lot of people that had beliefs about the Queens of Fairy, but when he does his meditation and he goes through his past lives, he can't find anything that he feels is objective enough to be able to confidently add to Ural's pool of knowledge. So he's like, I have a lot of stories, I have a lot of maybes. I don't have anything definite that I can add, but he will say that he's kind of made a journal of some of the stories that he can remember and some of the stuff that he's done in past lives, so that he can kind of check that against anything that you all encounter as sort of was this correct, or kind of as a brainstorming tool. So then go to the day 7, get the thing from Vetamin saying, hey, there's a warning. I need your attention. And what would you guys do? You see, this is the Black Flag most dangerous warning. We need something.
Well, first off, Griffle, if you can point the ship sensors directly behind us and see if there's anything following.
Can we not simply flag back with them, like, what is the problem? Like, ask what's wrong specifically before we get caught up in everything else?
So it sends back. Divination, path ahead, not clear.
Can I extend the sensors out ahead of us?
You can, but you guys are still traveling at sort of semi-ridiculous speeds. Okay. So you know that the sensors are not going to be super useful tracking stuff too far ahead of you. Like you can't see, hours into your path. You can see like maybe a minute into your path.
Right.
Whereas one of many knows from working with Vetamin, he can see a decent bit of distance into the path ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
And they said path not clear, so something's in the way.
Yes.
Interesting.
I guess I would take one of the discs over to see what exactly is the nature of the issue.
So I'm gonna make the assumption that probably the group heads over, or do you guys bring Vetamin to you all? Which
I mean, if we could bring him here, that's even better.
Yeah.
He can sit on the throne of Dominion at our diplomats table.
now, if you bring him here, you know that that's going to be bringing him here for a conversation because he can't use any of his rituals while he's on board the ship.
All right.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, like, if he's saying the way ahead is not clear, you know that he's getting that from using his divination rituals, and he won't be able to do them while he's aboard your ship.
But he's
Shouldn't
already
he
done them.
not be using them?
Hmm?
Shouldn't he not be using those?
Why not?
Because I thought the divination rituals attracted bad. Is this not a conversation we had?
It is a thing that the Imperium believes, but they're not Imperium people.
I thought we discussed last session us doing a divination on the other ship was the reason that we were being so closely followed by the alienist ship.
We had some discussion about divination stuff on the other ship, and basically it would be very difficult to land a divination on the other ship because the alienist from the other ship is a divination expert. And so, like, using divinations, if the Imperium decides to get, once you get up in your business, they can use that as justification to come after you. And he would be, the alienist Stent would be the correct person to go after somebody for using divination magic. But the other ship, it has to use divination magic on a regular basis to fly through the cause. Like, you can't really get through the cause at speed without divination, because you need to be moving so fast to cover these huge distances that if you don't use divination magic to see the stuff in front of you, you basically can't find a way through. And one of many, I think, spent like a day or so with Vetamin learning kind of what he does.
Yes.
So you guys head over to the ship, and then Vetamin will kind of get one of many to come with him, taking kind of the whole group, but specifically drawing her with him. And he'll go over and kind of show you his little work table. So he has like it's only like 6 inches tall. It's almost completely on the deck of the ship, but he's got a little pad that he sits on, and then he has this table that is full of these little toggles, these things that are half white, half black. And then he flips them over, and he does that for his rituals. There's a lot of either it's effectively wheel or woe, but he's using it as like white and black. And he does these sets of rituals. He does what's called burst divinations, where he does a ton of divinations all at once. And so he goes over and he shows, and he says, "We have a problem. I've let the captain know, and he's going to be here in a moment. But I'm starting to see things in our path. I thought your tool you use was supposed to keep us a clear path." And he gestures towards the block of divinations, and one of many, you'd be able to recognize there are several markers on there of these black marks that he told you meant something bad was going to happen when you were doing your sets.
We do not understand the mechanics of the borer, but it is supposed to open a path to our destination.
He goes, I don't really know how to accomplish the task set before me. When I cast my divinations out, I can only see, at most, maybe a day or two into the future on our path. We've slowed down significantly. We're almost to our destination, but even still, I can't tell what's going to happen when we're coming ahead, but I can see there are several instances where something is in the way. He gestures to one of the black marks and says, "This is a slight deviation of our course, and we're destroyed." And then he shows you a couple of them are kind of sitting on end, where they're kind of, think of like a coin with heads or tails. It's not on heads or tails, it's standing on the side. And he's like, and there are a lot of these futures I cannot see because I just can't see them. But these are dangerous. It has to be something in our path, and it will be quite soon. I would say we have 12 hours, maybe less. Griffle, are you trying to say something, or?
No, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I saw the light.
Dogs in the background being silly.
No worries. Yeah, so Veteman's like, there's something in our way. I don't know how to deal with this, and a lot of my divinations aren't working properly. So while you guys are standing there, the captain will kind of come up and nod to you, and then kind of look at what's going on. What do you guys say to Veteman, who's like, hey, this is my report. There's stuff in the way. What do we do?
What would you recommend? If we slow, would we be able to avoid these things?
He shakes his head and goes, I know that our ship is already functioning as best it can. We're slowing down right now as fast as we can slow down. And if we were by ourselves, there are a couple of these. He puts his finger on a couple of the white tokens. Like, a couple of these are ways I might be able to find a way through. But I can't see things clearly with your ship nearby. I can't tell what path leads to destruction. If we get too close to your ship in any of the choices that we make, we get in your divination disruption field thing. So you see that the problem that he sort of has is that because you guys are traveling together, his ship can't slow down any more than it's already slowing down. They're basically firing full thrusters in reverse to slow down before they get to where they're going. He's like, I can't dodge these things because your ship turns off a lot of my steering, more or less, his ability to see where he's going. And he's like, and I don't know what the other option is. We've been sort of operating on your tool clears the way for us.
Can we slow down faster and that would give them more maneuverability? Or are we also slowing down at maximum speed?
So your ship can handle a lot more than theirs can, and you could potentially slow down faster if you wanted. You've got a couple different methods for slowing down faster than them.
I did want to bring up that we can slow down instantaneously as well. Like the method that we use to brake, which is to vent our momentum into another, through portal it into another dimension. We tested that in the when we first entered the cause, and it did work. But then they would just shoot off ahead of us. They would continue on, and we would stop.
Right, but
we would come.
If he's saying we're messing up his maneuverability, we're too close, I don't want to just go to zero, but I want to slow down faster, fall behind, not far, but just a little, and then give them maneuverability. So if that's an option that they're willing to do, let's just slow down a little faster.
Yeah, we could do that.
So the Veteman kind of looks over to the captain questioningly, and the captain says, their ship has pretty significant abilities that we do not. If they can slow to be able to give you enough of a clear sight ahead, can you navigate us through? And then Veteman says, no ship that I know could meaningfully slow themselves enough at the speeds that we're going to get me ahead. But if your ship can, then great. Basically, he's like, I didn't have that as an option because I didn't know your ship could do that.
All right, Griffle, hit the brakes.
I hit the brakes.
So You're gonna have to. I'm going to make the assumption here that you're gonna go back to your ship before you hit the brakes.
Yeah, I thought of that after we said it, Gary. Our ship just flies
Yeah.
into the distance. Whoops.
You also like
Well-
let people know what's gonna happen.
Perhaps it wouldn't be the
Crom
stupidest
know.
idea to leave one of us on his ship so we can communicate more effectively.
Yeah, Gary loves splitting the party.
At this point, you guys are decelerating pretty significantly. You're going about 15,000 miles an hour right now. So if you go to a dead stop, it's going to take you a long time to catch back up to them again.
We don't want to go to a dead stop. We just want to slow enough that they can get ahead of us.
That is the plan. However, that is going to be a pretty difficult maneuver to do. So the question is going to be whether your ace pilot can pull it off.
Okay, I'm ready. I believe in me.
Do you have your auspicious dice lined up?
I do, actually.
You can't use them on the ship.
Can you not?
You unfortunately-
Crusades.
Yes, you fortunately cannot use them on the ship, but
Also, isn't it
also
just
they're for
attacks?
attack rolls. They don't work for skill checks, this is going to be a skill check.
Okay.
What if is it considered an attack on us because it may kill us?
It's very unlikely to kill you all.
Question though,
Can you-
legitimate question, related but unrelated. So yeah, cool attack rolls and all that, but so can we not roll them or use them on the ship? Neither works.
Correct. Neither works.
Okay, cool.
So if we were in a fight on the ship, we couldn't use those stored roll.
Correct. But
Okay.
other people also couldn't use divination-based powers against you as well. So
Who all has these dice?
I just bought them
Anyway.
when leveling to 15 and rolled them, and they're garbage.
Wow.
Worst deal ever.
all right. So, whoop, not the right one. So you guys are here on the map. I thought I had the end somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy. Anyways, you guys are pretty close to your destination when this maneuver is going to go off. You guys did mention sending someone ahead. Are you actually putting someone else on the other ship?
I would not go on the other ship.
Could we send a crew on the other ship that we could do sendings to?
We could do sendings to Vent.
Yeah, I
Into
mean
some-
that's true too. I thought that after.
Yeah, I mean you can do sendings to their crew. You can't do sending to Crom, but you can do sending to everyone else.
Why can't we do a sending to Chrome?
Doesn't work.
He's anti.
So, this is going to be a straight up engineering check. This is sort of knowledge of your mechanics of the ship. Trying to see what the first one is. 1 second. So, putting this up on the table so you know what you're going for. A DC 29 dungeoneering check means that you are able to successfully slow the ship without stopping.
Okay.
If you get below that, then there's sort of degrees of it not working.
Okay.
We're going to have some other stuff that goes on.
Guys, I believe in me. I think that we've got this.
Can any of us give the help action?
If anyone is trained in engineering, they can do so. Or if you can justify why something else should work for helping her pilot the ship.
I don't
Is
think
anyone
there's
else trained in engineering?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that I could roll worse on than dungeoneering.
No one else was trained?
No.
I'm
It
not.
sounds like the
Okay.
group hired you to pilot for a reason.
Oh, I just got curious at Morin's other statement.
Oh,
Okay.
she did it.
I didn't. It's 29.
29.
Oh,
Did,
29.
but close.
Okay, so I didn't kill us is the important part.
You didn't kill all of us.
So
Drock goes flying off the bow of the ship.
you see from your perspective, the engines of the ship fire. You stop, sort of backward thrusting, and the other ship starts to kind of little bit pull away from you, right? So they're getting a little bit ahead of you as your thrusters come off, and then when you shunt all the energy from the engines into kind of slowing yourself down, you just see them just, I mean, shoot off like a rocket ahead of you, to the point where you're pretty certain you didn't lose all of your momentum by any means, but you lost enough of it that they're going to be pretty significantly ahead of you. And there is this aura of this the shockwave of energy, and when you shunt all this energy to an extra plane, you can see it kind of like a ring that expands away from your ship, and the surface of everything aboard the ship heats up to be warm but not hot. And then you see the ring go out, and when the ring connects with the edge of the tunnel, you just see these brilliant explosions in your wake off in the distance. These, planet-size explosions as the ring of planar energy that's now behind you. You're still rapidly speeding away from it at like 7,000 or 8,000 miles an hour. But you can see as the ring hits the edge of the cause, that you leave this wake of explosive energy behind you. It's kind of like watching a little miniature supernova behind you as you hit the brakes on the ship. So with this, you're able to break the ship enough that you think you're going to give them about 6 hours head start. You're going to basically have to go back to turn the engines to accelerate a little bit and then decelerate a little bit. So you're going to be behind them, but quite a bit more behind them than you're intending. You're intending to be behind them by like maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes. And now you're going to be behind them by several hours. So the first round is you're 6 hours behind them. Would you want to try to tinker with things to speed up, slow down, to kind of continue trying to use the mechanisms to make up that 6 hours? Or is 6 hours behind an acceptable result?
I mean, I like explosions. That probably looked really pretty, so tinker.
Yeah, I reckon we could try and get a little closer. I mean, 6 hours is like... Yeah.
So I'm trying to see. Let me give, before we do the next step, I want to give the grid for stuff real quick. Hang on. So if you flew just using the normal engines of the ship, you'd be, what's that, like 4 days? 4 days behind them. So the reason I say this is if you mess up the second one and you lose a bunch more momentum when you're trying to gain some stuff back, if you're trying to kind of slingshot yourself forward, if you fail on the next check, which is DC 22, then it is potentially possible for you to lose a pretty significant chunk of time. So the worst result is 83 hours back, and you guys are 6 hours back. So you could lose quite a bit of time if you mess this up.
Okay, and what's the DC?
22.
Okay, listen, I feel pretty confident about this.
You just have to roll a 3 or higher.
Yeah,
Higher than,
Yeah.
So
Go for
just
it.
don't roll a 1 or a 2.
What could possibly go wrong?
Don't be a Drock.
We have some
Guys,
reroll
I'm gonna-
stuff too, don't we?
I don't know what
Just skill
skill rerolls you
checks.
guys have.
No, just for attack rolls, right?
Doesn't Philly have? Oh, that's attack only.
I think Philly's does attack rolls as well. Philly does have a thing.
I have the D20 roll thing. But that's a daily. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if it's a daily because I can just use it now.
Well, 83 hours is a couple of days, so.
Well, if you succeed, it will be the same day that you arrive at your destination. So, assuming that you succeed, you will not have good omens back up. Also, I'm looking at good omens now. You peer into the future and predict good fortune for you and your allies. I'm going to go ahead and say this is a form of divination. So it's probably it's not going to work on the ship to begin.
Yeah.
Could she roll it from a weapons platform?
Could she roll it from? I mean, if she is confident that she's not going to fail, yeah, she could go take it outside of the ship's aura and then roll. But
We just
if she
lose
fails outside the
Griffle.
aura, she's going to be by herself on a weapons platform in the middle of nowhere.
Without engines.
I'm just kidding.
The thing is, like, it's like a 10%. It's like a 10% chance that I might fail this. I think we're pretty. I think we're fine. Like,
I think the point that's being made is if the two of you go outside of the anti-divination aura, you get a +5. So
you can't fail.
You can't fail, but that is going to be burning a daily. So I would allow the daily to be used in a creative way to get around the divination thing if that's what you want to do. But I am letting you know that is going to use the daily.
Is it worth it for one roll?
Is it worth it for like to turn a 90% chance into a 100% chance?
Well, or we just leave it at 6 hours. And then is it worth it to try and
No,
save?
I want to tinker. I want to tinker. Let me prove myself. I'm useful, I swear.
I mean, you did what we wanted. You just slowed the ship down.
I could loan you my special lucky charm. Is that allowed?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to give her your lucky charm, but again, if she uses your lucky charm, then it'll be used.
Yeah,
that's
I would
a lot. Yeah,
I'll loan it to you because then, if you don't need it, you don't have to use it.
Pass it back. Yeah, well, that's fair.
What does your lucky charm look like, by the way?
It is a necklace with an eyeball on it.
Oh wow! Thanks. That's
definitely
really cool.
I found it in prosperity.
Oh god.
Great. I hold it at arm's length.
I am not sure if it was a part of the ship or a creature that perished there.
Whose own luck was it?
Mine.
Finding it.
This is beautiful. I just have her. Like, I'm just thinking of Griffle like focusing with the helm, holding this thing, like trying to get her entire body away from it, being like, "I hope I don't need this. I hope I don't need this."
And here we go. Hey! I shove it back into one's hand, like immediately.
I tuck it back into my shirt.
So you sort of
to my heart.
reabsorb a little of the momentum that was being shunted off, and the ship sort of rockets back forward, getting a pretty significant measure of its own speed, to the point where you guys are now about an hour behind. So they will have plenty of time potentially to maneuver ahead of you. However, it does mean that now that the other ship is who they do have the things to maneuver are ahead of you, when you get to wherever this thing is, where there's something in the way, how is your ship not going to run into it?
Well, I imagine they're going to tell us what they see.
How?
Ascending.
Can we receive ascending inside the ship?
Yeah.
Yes.
The ship technically does intercept the sendings, but basically it just means any sending that goes to anyone aboard the ship goes to Griffle first, and then Griffle gets the choice to deliver it, not deliver it, or if it has any energy attached to it, to deliver it with no energy attached. There are very few exceptions to that rule. I think last time I made a point that An could have broken that rule if she wanted to, but she did not.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think about. I was trying to think how exactly you worded An's thing, because you said could have broken through if she felt like it. So I was trying to remember that.
Yeah. So you guys go along about I guess that would be like 10 hours ish to get to where you're going. So 9 hours from now, Griffle, you get a sending from Vedaman. The sending says, there is a lot of debris in orbit. I can't give you instructions how to avoid it. If you can slow before you make it to the destination, it is worth it. And then he gives you like a what for the player would be a big long string of gibberish. For the character, he gives you sort of astronomical indications of how far out the debris field is. And so you can tell that the debris field is really close to where you're going. And it extends out for like 100 miles from where you're going. So he's saying stop a couple 100 miles short and you won't hit the debris field.
Okay.
What do we have to roll for that?
Presumably nothing. It's just slowing down normally, right?
So you do need to lose a little bit more energy because you need to slow to a stop just slightly short of it. And it is it would be typically another engineering check, so that is another DC 22 engineering check.
Take the eyeball back.
Eyeball. Yep.
I just yeah, okay.
I just see Griffle just head down, just taking it and being like, oh.
Yeah.
I have encased it in resin to protect it.
Oh, fuck.
It makes it so much worse.
I rolled a 22. I just succeeded.
22 is what you need, so.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh my, on the wrong. I don't know if this stupid fog of war tool is working correctly, but I'm going to pull you guys over and then you can let me know what you all see. Can you see this top left?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know why it's still showing as hidden. Can you see the whole board?
No,
No.
just
No.
bottom left and top left.
It looks
Okay.
like there's a picture under it, but we can't see it.
Yeah, well, the picture under it is the
Or there's the space station.
the previous thing that you guys are doing. So it is. I'm just using the same splash screen for a couple different things.
Gotcha.
So I don't know. It's really impossible to see that it's done correctly on mine. I don't know why. All right, so you're able to stop and then slowly approach this planetoid. It does look like a planet, but it's pretty small. It's not so small that it's like Tantris, where Tantris is like a hollowed out asteroid. This does look like a very small planet as contrasted to what the other one looks like. And you can see that one side of the planet is completely coated in ice. It's what you can see in the background. Basically, there's a heavy ice cap over the like northern third, almost northern half of half of the northern hemisphere is completely covered in ice. That's what I'm trying to say. And then you see the center of the planet still has that very strong blue ring, and then the southern side of the planet has a tiny little ice cap and is completely coated in green. The other thing that you can see is that the debris field that was told that you were informed about is a massive debris field that looks like it's broken pieces of equipment. You can see on this the remnants of a lot of these ring-shaped structures, and you can see that intermixed between them are just huge stones, like chunks of like asteroids or things like that in orbit. So you can see these big pieces of rock that are mixed in. And it looks like the ruins of dozens or hundreds of space stations or spaceships in orbit around this planet that is creating this field, this cloud of debris that is very difficult to manage their way through. So, this is what you guys see. What do you want to do?
Do we see the Chrome ship?
So the Charsamont is head. They are very slightly inside of the debris field. They're basically just inside on the edge of it, and they look like there's got several people on deck that are like looking at different things and talking. Like their crew is trying to figure out a way through the field.
We could just blast our way through.
Force platform?
That is true. Is that something you want to do?
I mean, I don't know if we want to leave too clear of a path because maybe this will slow down Stent. Maybe they'll crash into it. They're going fast.
You get the impression with the way that everything's floating out here, a clear path is going to be very relative and not likely to last very long. Because
Gotcha.
everything is floating around and a lot of things are bumping into each other in orbit.
Hmm.
Does this look like the ring station from the previous place, but just destroyed?
It's a
does it look
lot.
distinct?
The biggest of the rings is significantly larger. Like you can see kind of on the picture here, the one big ring that you're looking at, that one ring looks like it's the other one had basically as maybe a world ship could have fit inside of it. That one ring that's here, it's like hundreds of miles across. The stations here, the smaller, like a small one of these stations would be like the station you guys saw back at the other place. And the larger of the stations is bigger than any structure any of you guys have ever seen. So the biggest rings are like Halo ring size rings. I guess I said that like everyone knows what Halo is, but I assume everyone knows what the Halo rings kind of look like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have one vote for. So, anyways, I started blasting. Does anyone else have something they would want to do instead, or is the
Are there any like larger structures like there are in the image?
I don't know if you're messing with me.
What? You said the Halo ring thing, so that's what you that is what you meant?
Yeah. So
Okay.
there are several structures that look like if they were completely intact are hundreds of miles across, like massive, massive structures.
But we know that this is not our destination.
You're pretty certain the planet is your destination. This is like
Oh.
the debris field is on the very edge of your destination. So basically, if you had everything working normally, you guys would have been stopping on the far side of this debris field, right in the outer atmosphere of this planet.
Gotcha. I don't know. I think we'd use the beacon to try to figure out what's going on, right?
Scanning.
Scan.
Griffel, is that something you're going to do?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, sending out a signal pulse with the beacon, you can get a couple of things right away. One of which is going to be it doesn't no pings come back as like an active beacon. So none of the things that you've seen that are like creatures that function that seem like beacons or anything else comes back. From the perspective of the ship, everything that's in orbit and everything that's on the side of the planet that you can see doesn't read like anything's like living or nothing is active. There are no active like ship manifests or anything like that that you can see. The other thing that it will note is that that planet down below and the stuff that's in orbit above it the planet has a massive atmosphere to the point where normally a couple miles away from the surface of an object there's basically no atmosphere. The atmosphere of this planet extends out to the lower edges of the debris field to the point where the atmosphere around this planet is like 50 to 100 miles bubble away from the surface where there is still full atmosphere. And the entire place sort of sings with temporal energy. This place feels like a confluence of a bunch of different planar energies in a way that you've not really seen outside of like active portals and active gateways. This place seems like if it's not already an active portal, that it's really easy to open up portals or gateways to this location.
Mm.
Or I guess
Ooh.
more accurately say from this location, not to.
I wonder if this is where Celestia is.
No, because this is on the Prime. And Celestia is not on the Prime. Right, Gary?
You know Celestia is on a different dimensional, it is on a different plane, and this place, according to the helm, is on the Prime. It's just a part of the Prime that has a lot of planar energy. So that's what you get back from your stuff. What do you want to do?
Know what's going on.
Does Sol Fargaren have any thoughts as to what we should do?
Do you want to take your ship up next to his and then try to go into conference?
Yeah.
So you can kind of park right at the edge to be able to just kind of talk across. And then he'll walk up to the edge and he'll kind of, gesture and talk over and he'll call across. I'm not going to yell like he will, but he does need to yell a little bit or raise his voice at least to be heard. And he'll say, do you see those rings, those structures? They're all corroded, iron structures, not steel.
Do you know what this place was?
He shakes his head. I don't know anyone that's made it this far in the cause. I don't even have rumors about this place. But I do know that it's weird that that's made out of iron. I don't know if that ends up being important or not. I don't know. Do you have a way to get through this? I think we're going to take some damage if we do.
I think using the force weapon to push stuff out of our way makes sense.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I guess I'd tell
Should
them.
we test it first?
Like away from the other ship.
The way Gary described, he said the word temporal, meaning time, right, Gary?
Yeah, it's got a
Time
bunch
energy.
of temporal energy, or it has a bunch of temporal energy, and it feels like a planar confluence. So there is something slightly off about time here, and there's a ton of planar energy here.
Well, the thing being off about time could also be related to the planar energy, no?
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Those two things
Well,
tend to go together.
The fact that this
and
is
we have
iron,
also experienced a similar conundrum on a certain mountaintop. Gary,
Hmm?
we've experienced a similar sensation on a mountaintop of sorts, right?
On the storm horns.
On the storm horns.
That time from the description that Griffle is able to give you is not nearly as strong as this. This is like the entire.
Wait, what do you mean?
planet
We were all
area.
there. What do you mean that time?
So Griffle
Or
was
you're saying
there
that-
for storm horns, right?
Yeah. We were all
Is the
there
DM
You're saying
misremembering?
when we were with Bedveer.
Yeah.
Are you saying if
Griffle
we
was-
described it to Griffle? Griffle was there, right?
Griffle was definitely there.
Oh, Foxy, remind me. You were there for Bedveer, right?
Yes, 100%. He was my fucking bro. I was like, hey, religion ain't so bad if this guy's like, this guy's God seems pretty cool.
So the quote unquote problem is the person who can sense the energy right now is Griffle, and Griffle I don't think could have sensed the energy back then. But with the translation of, hey, this is what it's like, you can get that this is like the entire planet has the concentrated energy that the Stormhorns did at that one point. So this is similar sort of thing, but on a much larger scale.
The reason I'm bringing this up, though, is because, from what I understand, the reason the planes were, I guess, collapsing, I don't know what the correct term is, or some form of confluence, if you will,
Nova!
is because of the presence of a walker. Is it possible that this planet was destroyed and or entirely affected by the adversary?
To be clear, the reason that the
Or
plane
no?
of air and the plane of water were being pulled into the prime material plane was because of the Storm Titan, was because of Bedveer.
Oh, it was Bedveer? Okay.
Yeah. And so that was not like all the planes together. That was like two planes were very close and they were bleeding over, creating that massive storm.
Got it.
This doesn't feel like that. This doesn't feel like there's one or two planes close. This feels like all of the planes have some sort of energy presence here, and this entire area feels very weird with time magic or the energy of time.
Okay, I apologize for my misunderstanding.
No, it's a good connection to make. It's just definitely not the same, but it is similar.
Can Griffle scan and tell like which planes are near?
Yes. And the answer is yes. According to the sensors, every
So all of
known
them.
plane has a link to this location.
So it
Wow.
is something like Celestia. if
Wait,
it's not
Gary.
Celestia itself.
Where is this on our do we have this point on our ship map?
That is a great question. I think the
Because
answer is yes.
you said the places on our ship's map were places where the planes overlap, where it's easy to
Mhm.
go from one point to another.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. The DM needs to look up if this is on the map. I'm almost positive the answer to that question is yes. But I need to look up the notes because that was not the angle that I was prepping
So
for.
we could have just teleported here then.
Son of a bitch.
Where is the map?
I will find it for you, Gary. Here it is.
And I need the one with the planes on it.
Check the most recent message in Prosperity.
Yep. Da.
Is it the edge of madness? I'm just gonna
Man,
start
that
reading out
is
the
Not
biddies.
very high resolution.
You can open it in browser and then zoom way in.
Infinite barrier.
It didn't make it better.
So you can tell that something close to what this place is would be on your map. So trying to get the ship to analyze this place to see if it's on the map, you get a sort of answer. This place seems like something that is on your map, but you don't think it completely connects to it. The answer basically is that one of the spots on the map where it does have the sort of overlapping planes is someplace that is connected, but where the connection is made for your teleportation system is not on the prime. So you'd have to get here with the map and then plane shift. And you'd be plane shifting into cause and it'd probably kill you anyways.
Okay.
So the one that's on the bottom middle is labeled the Shattered Gate is where this place is.
Wait.
If we were
Could
on
that have that we know the wall has
Yeah.
a gate, capital G.
So what you're saying is this planet is essentially a portal that connects to all of the planes.
So
And the place where it connects on our map to another plane is the Shattered Gate.
yeah, so the point on your map, because the map is basically a bunch of usable planar confluences. They're places where the planes are really close and it's easy to pop back and forth. Your map doesn't take you to the prime here, but the corresponding place in the astral sea is one of the locations on your map. So it should be very easy to get from here to any other plane. It doesn't mean it's easy to get from other places to here. So this
I
place
see.
is like a launch pad for portals. It's not a destination point.
Also, the one that's to the north, Carrickton, is that Bedvere's? Is that's the Storm Giant's home in the astral plane? I recognize the name. We know something about Carrickton, don't we?
DM does not have all my notes pulled up with this map.
Because I'm just looking at the lines that connect it, right? So Shattered Gate's connected to Foundation's prison, which we don't know anything about. We haven't heard that name, but like I feel like I recognize Carrickton as a name that we have heard and know at least something about.
So Carrickton is the place that you would go to get to the Storm Giant's home. It is not where the Storm Giants are. That would be the closest spot on your map to get to where the Storm Giant homeland is.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I think maybe that's the question I asked when we were talking about like the Forerunner Temple.
Yes.
There was some like thing about like Guinevere or Gwendolyn, whichever. Gwendolyn is the daughter.
Gwendolyn is the daughter. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yes. So you are correct. Effectively, both of those things are correct. The spot on the map that corresponds most closely with here is Shattered Gate. The spot on the map that most closely corresponds to how you would get to the Storm Giant plane is Carrickton.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I'm glad I remembered a really obscure thing that doesn't matter for this situation.
So the answer, but one of the things you're going to get from that basically is you're pretty certain that if you plane shifted from here, it would take almost no energy because you would be using the map effectively. You'd be pop from here to the astral sea and then be able to use the map to get to other locations. So
And we know that the boar has one more jump in it, right? We know this isn't our final destination.
correct. Cool.
Ooh. Do you guys think we could use this debris field as an ambush for the stint? The Star Shadow ship?
I was kind of thinking that, yeah.
Same here. I just don't know how.
Well, we should let the other ship know that this is basically our destination if they don't already know that.
You shared with them the location of the endpoint of the bore, because that's how they have to use, like they have to very carefully time their acceleration and deceleration to get here. So
they know.
They know that this is the next point in the map.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I mean, if you guys wanted to hide in the debris field, again, the biggest of these ships would easily hide the Superstition's End. Like that's not a, I'm gonna say it's like not even basically a check to hide in one of the pieces, just because this place is like, some of these ships are incredibly huge. But then that's the question for, is that what you guys want to do? Do you guys want to stop here and try to set up an ambush for the ship?
I feel like that would be a great idea, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
we have to take care of him before we get there, and we did say we would do it on before the next jump.
Yeah. I think it's our best option. I mean, it's the only thing that really gives us like any kind of leg up.
And also, the reason we hesitated was because we weren't sure about fight. Like, if they teamed up on us, we weren't sure that we would have a clear advantage. So, like, as far as I'm understanding, ordinarily, when we're not in the cause, we would like just 100% outclass this guy's ship. But because we're in the cause, we don't have like a clear advantage. But we were also not counting on, like, because we were still thinking of like our fake Crom friend as like, he's probably not going to help us with this guy now that he knows that we know. But if it's 2 against 1, like, we should be good, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
The big question was, you're not entirely sure how well your weapons work in the cause, which you still haven't really answered yet.
Do we do a weapons test on some debris?
Yeah, do a force weapons test.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Give me a dungeoneering check.
I warned the other ship that we're going to do a weapons test.
Yeah, and like, we'll be at max range as well, just for safety's sake.
I put what the candelabra does in Prosperity before I forgot about it again.
All right. That's a 28.
So with a 28, the weapons fire and the sort of planar energy that's getting shunted off, being divided from the engine, fires out. We're using the force one first to test, or are we using something else?
Yeah, let's use force.
So with the force one firing off, you're going to get 2 things. One is that the weapons platform definitely works here. The problem, however, is that it almost immediately overheats. The extra sort of energy of the cause that is reacting with is creating a bunch of little explosions next to the weapons platform, causing the weapons platform to significantly overheat. So every time you use a weapons platform in the cause, there's going to be a check associated with it, and you're going to damage the platform on a very low check, but I think most people are going to have a hard time getting the lowest result. But you're going to be putting that platform on cooldown for several rounds instead of just once a round. So
Right.
you have a longer cooldown on your weapons is the answer.
Mm.
Okay. I mean, I think that's an acceptable risk, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have how many weapons platforms? 8.
Yeah, like we can't use all of them in a full round anyway.
But if they go on cooldown for several rounds, like we won't all be able to
Run
use a
out of
weapons
them. Yeah.
platform each round.
Does it seem to do the same amount of damage or significantly more damage because of the excess energy?
The excess energy is basically all gathered around the portal. So the weapon fire does the same amount. You get the impression that if like someone was standing on the weapons platform, it would probably immediately kill them. So there is extra damage happening, but it's not getting fired out of the weapon. It's basically the platform itself is its own little miniature explosion.
Mm.
I don't think you'd want to stand on one of the weapon platform as it was being fired anyways, but now it's an especially terrible idea.
Can we jerry rig the cold weapons platform to be a cooling system for the remaining weapons platforms?
Ooh.
I would say that is an excellent plan, but that's going to take you some pretty significant amount of time. You think, yes, that probably could be done, but it's how much time do you want to devote to it? How much time do you think you're going to have? That sort of stuff. My understanding of this is basically you're like, okay, do the weapons work? And now's the question of the weapons do work. They have a little bit more cooldown. You can spend some time to try to make them function better, or you can try to hide, or you can try to do something else. It's kind of what you're going to do here, because if you're working on the weapons platforms when they get here, you might not be able to use the platforms that you're working on for a minute. I.e., I will probably put those platforms on cooldown for a round or two if you're using them when they show up.
How far from the ship can the weapons platforms be and still fire?
I think it's range 100, so it's 500 feet. So far for a battle map, not far for like being in orbit level distances.
Why don't we surrender to Stent? Surrender the ship to him and offer him a short ride on our levitating transportation device. And then when he's between ships, fire the cannon.
I mean, I totally want that to work, but
He doesn't know that we know he's a Star Shadow.
he attacked though.
It would be great this time if we kept him from becoming suspicion.
I mean, the playing a ploy and relying on bluff checks has worked every time you've tried to do it, so I can't see a reason why this would fail.
We
So
have or have not jettisoned the lab.
You've not jettisoned the lab yet. You've prepared everything, so it can be jettisoned, but you've not jettisoned the lab yet.
But we're also
we were gonna like explode it on his face, right?
Well, all I had pictured in my head is the scene when the slave one leaves its super detonator. I can't remember the exact term is. The detonator thing, it makes that really cool noise in the Clone
yeah.
Wars.
Yep.
Yeah. That's all I have pictured in my head for this lab.
But we'd have to do that near the edge of where we board, and I don't think the planet's near the edge.
It's not. So the answer is using it as a weapon, kind of like the Slave 1 weapon, is a bit of a risk because you don't know for certain that it's going to detonate if you don't throw it into the cloud. And where you are right now is not in the cloud.
Yeah, but that's why I saved Good Omens for this exact purpose.
I mean, do you want to use the lab as a trap, and then have the lab floating here, hope that they go to it, and then blow it up? Is that the plan?
Well, I don't know. I just have dreams. Gary.
Yes. Yes, that sounds like an amazing idea. Let's do that. Let's blow it up in their faces. Let's make it really tempting.
My main concern with like a random ambush where we just like hide and we attack them is that then the Star Shadows teleport on the other ship and just absolutely dumpster them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that off base?
Would-
Or even teleport onto our ship
Would
somehow.
teleporting onto the ship immediately kill them?
I suspect that it's not teleporting in maybe the literal sense. Appear.
If they come on our ship, though, Al can get them.
But they won't come on our ship. They'll go onto the other ship.
Right. If
Yeah,
they go
my
onto
main
the other
concern
ship-
is for the other ship, not necessarily ours, but
Yeah.
I see Gary typing options.
I didn't know we had this many options.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have talked about some different things, so I want to just obviously, if you guys have another option that I didn't list, by all means, type 4 and then say whatever your option is. But I want to know what the group is leaning towards right now, because I feel like today we've been the group's been pretty passive about making decisions on stuff. So I'm trying to kind of push you guys into, we need to actually make a decision to try to get through session day.
I have a plan.
I do not really want to talk to him.
I'm not saying individuals in the group have been passive. I'm saying the group as a whole has been really hard to get you guys. We decide this is an answer.
My thought is we pull everyone that we can from their ship onto our ship so that the Star Shadows don't get them. We jettison the labs, hide in the rubble, and then when they get close to the labs, we blow them up.
I don't think we can effectively blow up the labs. I think the plan was to send it into the cloud. And I don't want to do anything with the lab that would jeopardize that.
Mm-hmm.
How far away is the cloud from the debris field? Like, is the cloud in the debris field?
The cloud is outside of the debris field, so you have several hundred miles between the surface of the planet, between the edge of the atmosphere of the planet, which is where the debris field is, and Cosmotar, like the actual iridescent cloud. I would say from here, one of the things that you can note is that the cloud on one side is very differently colored than the cloud on the other. You can see that the nearby star is reasonably close and is still shining pretty brightly even through the iridescent cloud of Cosmotar here. So you're getting quite a bit of light, even though it's pretty heavily obscured by the cloud.
Billy, what is this a picture of?
That's the seismic charge.
The charge in Slave One? Is that the movie?
I think it's the Clone Wars.
Clone Wars? I don't remember which one it is. I do remember the scene because the scene was very cool.
So, like, can we position the lab next to the cloud?
I don't know. I feel like that's going to be pretty obvious, though. They're gonna read that like right away.
And again, it's A, too far away, and B, a risk that the lab won't get destroyed properly. Or they get the lab, all of which are terrible scenarios. My entire goal was deal with the lab and then separately so we could carefully destroy the lab.
Yeah, I think we need to be careful about the lab. Knowing that it could be so dangerous for the Fae.
Mm.
So, are you guys having some of this conversation with Saul? Because I know you guys pulled up next to him, and he was like, "Hey, this is what I'm noticing." Are you guys conferring with him?
Yeah. I would. His ship's
So-
at risk. Well, his fake ship that he stole is at risk.
So he would say, if we are going to ambush here, how long are we going to wait? Do you know how closely they are following? I know that there was at least a day between when we arrived and when we were attacked on our last destination. Do you think it will be a similar wait here?
You said the sensors in this open space basically go a long way. Can we reach the sensors out through the bored hole and see if we can sense him?
Yes and no. Yes, you can reach your sensors out. I would say you know that the edge of the sensors are not good enough to catch something that is going to be like thousands of miles away. So you would get some warning with the sensors. You're not going to be able to look back down your trail and see thousands of miles, behind you. And that's his question, right? That is his question for the group. Okay, if that's the plan, I like the plan of hiding behind something and jumping out and ambushing people. Obviously, I'm for this plan. But how long are we going to plan to wait? What's the goal with wait time? And also looking around, he's saying that we rendezvoused here intentionally, and then he looks around and you have the entire orbit around this planet. How are we going to find them when they arrive?
Did we kind of, as we were going through the board, I mean, they've been following us for 7 or 8 days, right? Did we have,
You don't know how far behind you they are. You're pretty certain that they're going to follow you, but you don't know how far behind they're going to be when.
but like we never had any data? I mean, like we know. I don't know. I'm
Wouldn't
just
they
thinking,
emerge at the same point we did?
They're going to emerge, hypothetically speaking, pretty close to here. But they don't have the coordinates, right? They have to
Follow
have to
us.
kind of
follow the
guess.
tube.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Totally tubular.
they can't go through this in the same way that you guys do because you know the endpoint. The alien ship is not going to know the endpoint. So unless they can keep pretty close to you, which you know that they didn't, because last time they did, you were able to see them. That was during the first, or technically the second jump. And you know they didn't follow that close this time. So they are some distance behind, but you don't know how long it's going to take them because they don't know what the end point of the tunnel is.
Well, the problem is we can't show them the next jump. We don't want to open that tunnel while they're still around. Which means one way or the other, we have to wait till they get here. So we either do our stuff and hope they don't get here while we're doing it, or literally just wait, deal with them, and then do our stuff. And while it's slower, I feel like dealing with them first is safer.
So your answer to Crom is as long as it takes? Because his question is, how long are we going to wait here? Are we going to give it a day? Are we going to give it 2 days? What am I telling my crew? is the max, is the end point of how long we're going to wait.
I would say as long as it takes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So he'll pass that on to the crew. And you guys hide in the debris field?
And if no one's against it, I want to like send the weapons platforms to like max range, also hidden, but kind of like scattered, so we can attack on a couple different fronts, kind of thing.
In the grand scheme of things, they're all still going to be somewhat coming from the same direction, just because you can't spread them out very far compared to the size of your ship, because they only go out, 500 feet in every direction. But having 1,000 feet between, weapons platforms isn't nothing, but it's not going to change the trajectory a ton. It's not like you can make it's not like you're going to be hitting it from the sides if one of them is hitting it from the front, if that makes sense.
Yeah. More just if we're kind of, I was thinking like in a ship and they have to kind of like come through one of the rings, let's say, and they're scattered around the ring. I mean, you might be able to lure them in. I don't know, right? But that's kind of my thought. Set as much of a trap as we can.
Mm-hmm. So you guys fly into position. You can find a pretty comfortable, easy spot below one of the, inside one of the loops of the rings. The Charsamont is able to get close to one of them and moor itself to it with ropes and things that look like they could be very easily pulled away to get into a different position. They aren't going to moor themselves super close to you all, but within visual range. And there is atmosphere here. So when you go down to the level, the distance from the planet to get to the rings to hide in them, there is atmosphere. There is breathable air here. And while it is a little cold and the air is a little thin, you can get onto and walk on the surface of the ring. So you guys get settled in, and that first couple of hours is really tense, where it's like, oh, we're waiting to jump something. But then it's really hard to stay on your toes for ambushing something when nothing seems to be happening. The area that you guys are floating in and flying in, it just has these sort of huge, very quiet kind of aura of being ancient and abandoned. The fact that this place, from where you guys are kind of up in low orbit, is just completely desolate. That you can see there's all kinds of vegetation and there's stuff on the planet itself. But here in the low orbit on these rings and stuff, you don't see anything growing. There doesn't seem to be anything living. The ships don't show any energy readings or signs of anything showing that they were at one point operational. And so there is this weird sort of disconnected feel after you've been here for a little while. And after about 6 hours of waiting, you can see that the crew, especially your crew more than theirs, is starting to get kind of is having a hard time staying on duty, but also not doing anything. And the bosun's going to come up and then be like, when there do be something to do, we could be helpful, but in much of the fighting, we are not going to be doing much, so I can tell them to relax, yes?
Yes. That is correct.
So he goes around and he tries to sort of relax get the other crew members to chill out. Yes, you guys are waiting here to ambush something, but it's not that it's nothing that they need to actively be worrying about all the time. They need to just be doing their jobs, doing these different things. And people wait and wait. About 8 hours into the wait, some of the people that are the kind of non-combatants aboard the ship get tired of being in the hole, getting tired of being below decks and nothing happening. And so Kiki comes up to the deck of the ship and then just sits looking over the edge, looking down into the surface of the planet. You can tell she's just sort of marveling at the fact that you guys are aboard a spaceship orbiting an alien planet. This seems very, very cool to her. And she's just sort of staring down, looking down below, and other people of the crew and the other ship are a little bit more alert. But time continues to pass. After a few hours of waiting with a couple of the other people on deck of the ship, you can see that a couple of the people look like they're uncomfortable, specifically Hatterai and Kiki. And Kiki will come over to. I'm trying to think of who in the crew she'd go to first. I'm trying to remember who was talking to her in the shop. I want to say it was one, but I don't actually remember. Do you guys remember who was talking to Kiki a lot?
I talked to her.
So I'm going to assume one, and then if it's not correct, then I'll switch to someone else. But she'll walk up to one of Minnie, and then she'll say, I know we're all supposed to be quiet and like hiding and all that stuff. But is there any way I can go out there and look around a little bit? She points out to the kind of big expanse of the ring that you can get to from the ship.
You wish to leave the ship?
Well, just, and you can see her kind of like wilt a little bit and go, just outside of the bubble. I don't like not being able to feel anything. And when I'm out here, when I'm in this thing, I can't feel anything.
Yes, I understand. I would go with you. Just outside the bubble. We should stay close. We cannot explore.
Okay.
So I would
So,
take her out, I guess.
yeah.
Yep.
So you head out away from the ship a little bit, going out on the ring, and basically she wants to get just far enough to be out of the anti-divination aura of the ship.
Mhm.
And the sort of the self-generated atmosphere, the bubble of the ship. And as soon as she gets outside of it, she relaxes a little bit, and then you can see her kind of looking out, and you don't you see her kind of do the thing that you guys do, where you sort of open up your senses, right? When you're doing like detect magic or detect primal or something like that. She's doing that, but she seems to be doing that in a bunch of different wavelengths at once, where she's just sort of opening herself up to look around at all the different things. And then she does that, and then she immediately closes her eyes and then goes, I guess we can go back. It's not that bad on the ship.
What did you sense?
There's a lot of stuff here, and a lot of it is bad. I think bad things happened here. You see her looking around at the different little chunks of stone and the different ships. Yeah, I think the last thing that really happened here was a lot of fighting. And that's the last thing that this place remembers, is just a lot of fighting and death. I think it's okay to be aboard the ship and not feel this.
Very well. I will take you back.
So she goes back, heads with you back aboard the ship, and you guys spend most of the rest of the day trying to maintain some version of alert.
Does the iron of the rings look like the iron from the Iron Star?
From the fortress?
Yeah.
It does, yes.
Like, it seems like similar civilization, maybe?
It looks similarly aged, and it has that sort of everything looks like it's rusted look. Like nothing here looks like it is metal that is not at least partially corroded. Everything here looks like it is just made of iron, and it is corroded over many, many years of being exposed to the air.
But I mean, like, would I reasonably assume like the same people created both of those things?
It doesn't look like the same architecture. Like the Fortress of the Iron Star doesn't really look like Forerunner architecture, whereas like the rings and these stations and stuff, they definitely look like Forerunner tech.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like currently non-functional Forerunner tech, but it does still have the same look. Like it looks like the platform that you guys saw at the last location at the temple.
Okay.
Part of the reason that I kept the temple space station revealed is so you can ideally see that there is some similarities in design, although that station was functional and these are all not.
Gotcha.
So another, a full day passes, and then the question just becomes how long you want to wait. So full day passes, gets on to the second day.
Can
Are you guys
I
gonna keep waiting it out?
Can I extend our sensors out back through the bore as far as they'll go?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna make the assumption that's already something you'd want to do if you were ambushing people.
Yeah.
Yep.
Granted, they
And we're
can
still not getting
tell when
anything.
we see them, right? They could tell when we saw them, though, right?
They were able to sense the ping from last time. This would be, since you're kind of like actively looking, or since you're just kind of like looking in that direction, it's going to be a lot more subtle. So they can still have the ability to detect it, but it's not going to be an automatic. It wasn't an automatic detection back then. They succeeded at a check. So they could potentially notice you guys scanning them, but they're not going to automatically succeed, and they have a higher difficulty check since you're not actively pinging them. You're just looking down the bore.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you guys want to do on day 2 of your ambush stakeout? And I would like a no from people if there is nothing you want to do before I fast forward.
No.
Oh, that made my cat very upset.
Nope.
Poor kitty. Good job, Gary.
All right, so the second day passes. It's still just very boring. You guys probably have some miscellaneous stuff to do aboard the ship, but there's sort of a limit to how much stuff you can do, where you're not going to have a ton of time before it's time to sort of drop everything and go into ambush mode. Second day passes pretty uneventfully. Your crew is starting to sort of treat this like they're in port, getting sort of extra relaxed. Where occasionally they're like, "Oh yeah, that's right, we're waiting on something bad to happen." But most of the crew is sort of relaxed to the point of not being sort of actively being part of ambush, of just like, no, we're just waiting for them to show up. The second full day passes with no sign of the other ship, no sign of the alienist vessel. On to day 3.
Is it
Day 3 of...
possible?
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Well, is it possible that they know where we're going and they're trying to beat us to it?
You don't know.
I know. I'm asking the party.
But wouldn't they?
I
have to
do
go
not
through the,
think so.
They'd have to go through the cause, right?
Well, no. I mean, like maybe they're trying to get the name or the glyph here.
They all can't use it.
Wouldn't we have seen them come out of the cause though?
Potentially, unless they were able to evade your sensors. I will say that so the players are aware what the DM is doing.
Mm-hmm.
When they show up, there is a check, and it is a hidden check that says whether you detect them or not. And if you stay here, you're not going to know if you failed to detect them.
Right.
Right.
So the gamble, because we know that they're not going to attack us directly because they
How
won't
long
follow
were
us.
we in the second stage?
Day 3.
Was the
It
third
was
day?
7 days, wasn't it? It was like 6.5
7.
days to get here.
7 days to get here, and then we've been here 3 days.
Yes. No, well, you've been here 2 days, so this is the end of day 2 being here.
But also, we do know that when we sensed them at the last stop, they accelerated backwards to get out of our range, and our range was quite large, so they would have had to go quite far backwards. So we should leave it for, let's say, 9 days for safety, and then if they don't show up, we probably need to make another decision.
And that is one part of it is if they don't show up and you give them a lot of time, what's the other choice? And then the other thing is kind of what someone said, the kind of gamble here is you're betting that your ship is going to notice them and they're not going to get around you because they might be able to find the thing. And even if whether they can use it or not, they might be able to get it so that you can't get it.
Oh, right, because there's another piece here.
Do they
Yeah.
know what we're looking for? Do we know if they know?
I mean, I
I
don't
assume-
100% know, but I feel
I-
like they probably do.
I assume they know because Eureka knew.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
true.
More specifically, though, you have a much more explicit reason to know that they know what they're looking for.
Oh, well, I mean, we read their minds when we were in
Well-
Tantarus.
What happened when you guys actually left the vault at Tantarus? Because you guys talked to the Shasek, and she
Mhm.
told you what was going to happen when the alienist showed up, right?
She said that they were going to tell them.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah.
She basically told you she could delay them for a little while, but she would have to tell the alienist basically all the stuff. So you know that the alienist has a pretty good idea of what you guys are looking for because there's no reason to believe they wouldn't have got it from the Shasek.
Mhm.
And so that is the question. Is it hope that you guys can catch them before they get around you, or what's the plan here? Because this would be reasonably the kinds of things that on day 2 of the stakeout, the group would be having this thing of like, is this a good plan? How long should we wait? That sort of stuff.
I don't know. It's always the sunk cost fallacy, right? Like, we're going to leave and they show up.
Say you wait as many days as we did
Well,
before.
so we have no reason to think that they can travel significantly faster than us. We know it took us 7 days to get here. We need to wait at least 7 days for them to even have a chance of showing up, unless
Well,
Well,
okay,
they-
so
unless they are moving.
how
significantly
long
faster.
was the last travel time?
7 days.
7 days.
And they were only a day behind, right?
Yeah. They because we have to think like how long did it take us to go from Tantarus to the temple? And they were, yeah, like Drax said, a day behind because while we were in the temple, they came and ambushed Prom's ship. So they travel like a day slower than we do.
Now, I mean, maybe we just blew them up with all of our deceleration maneuvers. But I don't know, like, they should only be a day behind if we're thinking it's the same travel distance, same travel time, right? And so a day, maybe 2, but more than 2 seems weird.
Yeah, I'm willing to give it one more day, but then I think maybe they've
To be
evaded
to be
us.
clear, to make sure that there is clear understanding for player and character knowledge here. If they are more than a day behind you, so if they're 2-3 days behind you, you know that means that they either evaded your sensors or they waited to follow you. Because if they followed you immediately after, you don't think that they're more than a day or 2 slower than you. So
Okay.
when we get to day 3, that means either they were able to evade your sensors and they've gotten here and you didn't see them, or they waited before they followed you.
I think maybe we should spend a bit of time, if it's possible, to retcon with this, like, now that we kind of have an understanding of the timing.
Mhm.
If we could retcon day one and go looking for the boar, and then still wait for them for 3 days. But if they don't show up, come up with plan B, I suppose. I don't know what that would be, but I
But
don't want
going
them
to look
slipping
for the
past us
boar
and-
could take more than a day because of the debris and
right.
bullshit.
And weird temporal stuff.
That falls under bullshit.
Oh yeah, fair. Yeah.
I almost feel like the best thing to happen right now is to split the party, where, like, because the ship can operate fully with just me and the crew on board, but if I leave, the ship can't operate fully.
That's not true.
Isn't it?
You specifically trained the master gunner to
Operate the
able to-
weapons platforms.
Yeah. So the
Okay.
crew has had time to train on the weapons platform. So the ship is, they're not at like a 100% as capable as players being on board the ship, but it's still like the crew knows how to use the weapons, and they would still be a formidable force. Like they're not going to be
Right.
easily taken over.
So
The
could
thing
we
is-
leave the ship and Crom ready, and then go, the rest of the party go, and then if they can contact us pretty easily and say, like, they're here, we're under attack or something, and we could hightail it back to the ship.
Yeah, potentially. But so for me, the decision that was made previously was we're gonna wait for them so we can ambush them. Then sounds like the decision, the change in decision that's being asked for, which is fine, I don't mind changing, is instead of doing the wait, now that we understand that we've got at least a day's head of them, we're going to try to potentially use that day to explore, and then try to come back when you're sort of out of your first day window, and then have 3 days of setup potentially, or 3 days of waiting. Is that the new plan? Is that correct?
That's my thought. Yeah.
Right. Josh, JP, Kylie, could you weigh in on things? Heard Michael say something a minute ago. Does that plan sound like a plan that you guys want to sign on to?
I mean,
Sure.
like, there's a part of me that's like, oh yeah, absolutely, that sounds like a great idea. But then it's like, I don't, nothing feels like cheating, but like, we made a plan, we went with it, for good or for bad. I don't know if I want to undo that.
I don't want to have it be a decision that was made and then get to the end and go, oh, my player misunderstood what the character understood, which is what I think I'm getting from Foxy. Is I don't think Foxy understood something that Griffle would know, which is the ship, the alienist ship, is at least 1 day behind you. I think my understanding of Foxy's desire to change the plan is because she did not know that that was true.
That's correct.
Which is fair.
Or,
I
like,
did understand that, or at least I assumed that we'd have at least a day. But between the debris field and all the shenanigans on the planet, I kind of went, I don't know if it's worth it.
Yeah, but, like,
to save
should
I was
the
also
day.
under the assumption that we would have to prep. Like, it's not just like you just ambush them.
Yeah, that's fair too. But I just think, like, I wasn't gonna try and save a day by trying to go and get the thing first. You know what I mean? That like in character, right? Like in character, to me, it's not worth trying to save a day and risk them showing up sooner rather than just give up the day waiting and deal with the thing after. Right?
To be clear, that is not the risk. So it is not, oh, we spend a day doing nothing and that's what we're paying for by not going the sigil. It's if you wait first, there is a chance that they evade your sensors and are able to get to the sigil before you are.
Yeah, and now in character, would I have known? Because that's the one piece I didn't necessarily assume. I assumed we'd see them no matter what. In character, would we know that there'd be a chance of missing them?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm more up for changing it because I just assumed between either just like visually seeing them or the sensor seeing them, we'd always see them. But if that's not the case, then it's more likely that I'd go down to the planet first.
What is your thought on things, Josh? Because I haven't heard you weigh in yet.
I feel like if we're just sitting around waiting, we're wasting time.
See, and I wasn't worried about the time waste. That's the one piece I wanted to get and make sure was clear from my side. The time waste isn't a problem for me. It's only a day. Right?
Yeah, I think I'm in the same page as you though. Like it wasn't clear to me that we could miss them. It felt like they would have to come this way. If it was clear to my character that there was a risk, I would be more inclined to want to try to get the sigil
exactly.
and not lose out on it. So I think it makes sense to do what Gary has in the chat.
Okay. And that's the thing. Like I said, I do not mind. I have zero problems retconning stuff because there's miscommunication between DM and players. And, between character knowledge and player knowledge. I never want that to be like, oh shit. We if we had known that, we would have done something different. Same thing with like when we did the Archerate Blade at the beginning of session. If Josh was there, he might have made a different decision. I want to be able to say, all right, well, we talked it out. The decision was actually made. We are actually all on the same page.
Yeah. Yeah, if there was a risk of losing the sigil is the priority. Even over, ambushing them before opening the borer, the sigil is the priority. So if there's a risk of that, then yes, I want to deal with that first. And that's the piece I missed.
So that does seem to be the consensus from people. So then the question becomes, kind of going back to the start of this scene, of how are we getting through the debris field? Because I want to try, because of I feel like I have done a very poor job of pacing the session as the DM. I would like to try to get to a good endpoint for the session if we can. Then kind of going back to the beginning for the debris field, are you going to try to sort of blast your way through the debris field?
So when we did the weapons test, the force, were we doing it? I assumed when we did that test it was on the debris field.
Yes.
We did, on like a small part of the debris, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
did
correct.
Did it clear a significant path?
Yeah, like you feel that if you use your weapons platforms, you wouldn't be able to use the force one every time because of it, you're in danger of destroying the platform if you use it a bunch of times in a row, but you would be able to rotate through the weapons or rotate through the platforms and use force on a bunch of different platforms, because the platforms don't have to be the one like platform one isn't the force platform, but you can't use force with multiple platforms at the same time. So you can rotate through all the force ones. You could use it to bulldoze your way through if you guys wanted to.
Yeah, I assume that's how I would do it.
Well, since I'm not hearing anyone saying no, and since that was Griffel's plan at the start, you guys, decide, all right, well, we're going to do this quickly and then try to get back up to orbit before the end of day one, is my understanding of things. Yeah. So you're able to spend about an hour basically popping your way through the debris field. Once you get out of a relatively narrow band around the planet, you're able to get into clear air. Basically, the distance away from the planet that it is a stable orbit is basically just at the edge of the breathable air. And anything that's lower or higher has either gone like decently away from the planet, or it has fallen down. So once you get past the debris field, it is pretty smooth sailing through the to the atmosphere of the planet.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Because it pertains to this. As we're getting through the debris field and closer to the planet and the atmosphere, do we notice the platforms overheat less, or is it the same?
The platforms, the closer you get to the surface of the planet, the less they overheat.
Okay. So with that tidbit of knowledge, would it be, and this is probably for, when we actually do the ambush, but would it be more beneficial for us to fight closer to the planet? Because our ship is meant for atmosphere. I don't know if the Stent's ship would be. Something to think about for later. Keep going, Gary. Sorry.
No, it's good. So basically, you have this, relatively speaking, it's a small planet, but it's still a planet. Where are you guys going to go and try to search for things? How are you guys going to start your looking on the planet for what you're going for? The northern hemisphere of the planet is almost completely covered in an ice cap. The southern hemisphere of the planet is almost completely covered by a massive jungle.
I feel like it would be in the jungle.
Well, like the last planet, obviously there was the beam, and we knew, look where the beam's hitting. But we were able to connect our ship's rings to a gateway or something.
Yeah.
Can we see? Just reach out with our rings and see if there's anything nearby?
Sure.
And do we know the relative range of that? Like, if we flew over the northern hemisphere, did it, and then flew over the southern or whatever, like, do we know the range?
You have a pretty good range on it, so you can get several hundred miles on your ship on your spin disk, assuming that you're spinning to something on the surface. If there's something that's below the surface that has a spin, you might have to get much closer to it. So as an example, when you guys went to the temple, you couldn't spin disk to inside of the temple from anywhere. You had to find a spot where you had an angle through because it was underneath the surface of the planet. So by that same token, if you did a flyby of the planet, you could fly around fairly quickly with your sensors out and find surface things to connect to pretty easily. If you were trying to find anything that is buried, however, it's going to be much harder to locate. And so that's, I think, partially a question for Griffel, because she's the pilot. So
yeah. So just before that, I don't seem to recall this being a thing, but like, is Drock able to? Drock, were you able to like sense the power of the borers, like from any kind of distance at all, or is that just something that like doesn't happen?
I don't think Drock senses much of anything. But what I could do actually is use Clotho and look at the planet and see if she knows anything of it or where we might start looking.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. Before we start like trying to do random searches, yeah, if we could be a little more targeted. Maybe Clotho remembers this place and has some idea.
We could also ask Kiki if she could sense anything.
True.
Also true. So you want to do... Now, I would say that if you're going to do that with Kiki, she would ask to be aboard the other ship. Because you can't really sense stuff on your ship. But if she was aboard the other ship, she might be able to sense stuff and then send things back.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing is you summon Clotho into you. You get her to to look through your eyes, you only get, again, you get basically a single instant. You get to look through your eyes real quick at something to send back to her. And what I would say is that you're probably going to be able to get, 1/2 of the planet probably in your sight. You'd be able to get, depending on where you wanted to do it, you could go effectively from the side of the planet that you're on and get like the entire eastern hemisphere, the entire western hemisphere, all northern, all southern, right? Like you can get half of the planet, and however you want to cut that up. What would you try to focus on doing when you go to open your senses up to Clotho? Because you can also only do it once today.
Yeah.
Would you try to get a good mix of the ice cap and the jungle? Would you try to look at it from the south so you can see the whole jungle? Would you try to look at it from the north so you can see the whole ice cap? How would you try to do that?
Like, I'm thinking more, I want to like be able to distinguish the planet. And planets kind of all look the same in reality.
Mm-hmm.
But, and we're probably doing this a bit too late, but is it possible to get like part of the planet and part of the like rings that are orbiting the planet to kind of like indicate, this is the planet? And because the rings seem to be a distinguishing item, right? So if I get like part of the planet with the rings and be like, hey, we're here, what do you know of the planet? Are there any temples, let's say, that she knows of? That would kind of be the goal, to kind of make the planet seem as unique as possible.
Okay. I think that the way that this planet looks is relatively unique, with the sort of half ice cap, half jungle. If you were gonna try to kind of aim at looking at the debris field with the planet on the outside, you're not going to be able to get her take on the planet very much. Like you might be able to get her like, you might be able to help clue her into where this place is. She might be able to tell you some stuff on. But as far as the effect of you can look through, she looks through your eyes and she points things out to you. That would be basically you trading, I think I can get her to identify this planet better, for she'd be able to see something if there's something down there, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah. If the half ice cap, half jungle is a very distinct thing, then yeah, I'd look at those. Because yeah, it's hard to do without like seeing things, but yeah, whatever is the most kind of distinct.
I would say that your characters and you as people looking at this planet would recognize that it doesn't look like a normal planet. Because you're right, a lot of times planets kind of look the same from orbit. I mean, if it's a planet that has like, trees and water and stuff on it, it's going to look like most other green planets, maybe with different continents and things. This planet doesn't look normal because normally your ice caps would be the same on the top and the bottom, or pretty close. The northern hemisphere on this planet has an ice cap that is by volume hundreds of times larger than the southern ice cap, which does not look possible on a planet.
Okay.
So it is a very unique planet appearance from orbit.
All right, that's fair. So yeah, I'll just kind of try and pick a view that shows that, makes it look unique, and then focus on that. Yeah.
Okay. So you go, you open up your senses, and when you look at the planet's surface for a second, the planet is completely desolate, completely bare. There's bits of water that you can see, but the surface of the planet is chunks of stone, and floating away or is just like a bare stone, and then floating away from it, there are hundreds of little islands of, some of them are bright colors, some of them are jungles or forests or different biomes. You have what looks to be a baseline, in her eyes, a baseline planet that is barren with a little bit of core base materials. And then you have this cloud, this sort of where the debris field is, this cloud of little islands of very, very different biomes that are around this core. And then through her eyes, you can see it all kind of coming together, all degrading and falling apart. And when the vision starts to fade, you can see that when she looks at the planet, she sees a battlefield. She sees thousands upon thousands upon thousands of corpses. She sees the death of all of these little planetoids, the death of these civilizations of peoples. She sees looking at this thing like it is the end. This is the graveyard of all of these different peoples and these different civilizations. And there is this incredible pain from Clotho of looking at this place and feeling like this place is despair. And she says, through the connection to you, this is the battlefield. This is where my knight betrayed me.
So maybe this planet is more affiliated with the Winter Court.
Kind of hard to ask follow-up questions after that, Gary.
Ask her where the sigil is.
Yeah. So I'll say, I'm sorry to bring up painful memories, but I must know, is there anywhere we should look for the sigil that will lead to Mother?
The sigil placed here was part of the defenses. I do not know what became of it once we were overrun. The connection to Clotho snaps.
So knowing that in character, like when she says defenses, like when I think of planetary defenses, I think of orbit, not on the planet.
Maybe.
That's so not helpful. All right. Well, that's mine done. Kiki and Griffle are up
The
next.
other thing is, she says their defenses. When you look in orbit, you see massive structures made of iron. There's no way the fairies had any form of defenses like that.
Right, so those are the
True.
attacking forerunners.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, good point. Thank you.
Even if fairies could build defenses out of the bane, they probably wouldn't. So the question becomes, look at the north, look at the south. Where are you going? And this would probably be the last sort of little thing that we do at the end of the session.
I think south. I think it's more likely to be in, like, it's a summer thing. I think it's more likely to be in warmer climate.
Well,
Didn't you say there was like a green part of the planet?
Yeah.
Yeah, the southern hemisphere is mostly green.
unless winter came and nuked it with cold to kill them, i.e., therefore it is the north.
When Drak was looking with Clotha's eyes and she saw a battlefield, was there like a concentration?
She saw the whole world covered with millions of soldiers fighting.
Okay. There was no like epicenter.
There wasn't, but also you know that she didn't make it to the battle. Like, you know that she never made it to the front lines because that's what
Yeah,
she
she didn't come. Yeah. That was what she regretted most when we
Oh.
talked to her for the first time. She was like, I didn't go when I was called.
That's right.
Sorry, Gary, what was the last part of your sentence? I missed that.
that she didn't go when she was called. Like that's
Okay. So
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just got really excited.
No, all good. It's so hard sometimes over Discord, and I find Discord's not always great at overlapping voices.
yeah, it's pretty bad.
No,
Yeah,
I
well-
also just like legitimately got excited and talked over the end of Gary's sentence.
That's good. I mean, you said what I was saying, so which is she didn't actually come to this. That when she was called to do stuff, she didn't come. But she did go here. So this is not the true front lines. but she does talk about this is the place where, or she does tell you this is the place where she was betrayed. And in her vision, the planet itself didn't really have a lot of life on it. It had a lot of basic elements, earth and wind and water and fire. Like it had a lot of building blocks. But the planet itself, through her eyes, was pretty much barren. And then there was a cloud of little spots of life, little things that are away from the surface of the planet. The planet doesn't look like that at all anymore. The planet now has a northern hemisphere of ice, a southern hemisphere of jungle. And then there are no little floating planetoids that are around it that are floating in the atmosphere. The only thing that's there instead are all of these broken ancient Forerunner ships. So it sounded like the plan was, once you had that information, to go and look at the southern hemisphere, look through the jungle.
Yeah.
I believe so.
So flying over the southern jungles, being able to send out your sensors, a combination of, and this is going to be very into session, so the combination of two things that you guys have means that it's basically a matter of how much time it's going to take you in order for you to find something that find this thing that kind of keys up your sensors. So the question for me is not like how adept you are at doing this. It is somewhat of a percentage based. There is a target number to go for, and the closer you get to it, the less time it is going to take you. I've not gotten to see Morin. I don't think has rolled for anything yet. So Morin, could you give me a D100?
Too good.
To not lead the witness.
Whew, I wanted to see how I did, but classic Drock.
Now it isn't
Wow.
higher is better, right? This is sort of how close you get to the number is how long it's going to take.
Yeah, but can I roll a D100 and still get a 2?
So after several hours of flying over the southern jungles, you're going to notice a couple of different things. First thing you're going to notice is the jungles are full of life. Whenever one of the ships flies over by, there are hundreds of birds and bird-like creatures that fly up out of the canopies and come and fly along with for a little while and then go back down. And then there are things that you can see moving through the jungle down below that are enormous. So like this is a primordial jungle, primordial jungle where it looks like there's very big creatures moving around on the surface. Some of which you can sort of see glimpses of through the trees. And they get you this very strong feeling of Feywild. Like this feels like the Feywild when you're flying over these places. That same sort of vitality that you sense in the Feywild. But you can tell from the ship sensors, no, you are still definitely on the prime material plane. This is not the Feywild that's below you, but it definitely seethes with a kind of energy that you associate with the wilds. And like I said, after several hours on the ship sensors, you're going to get it right about the same time that you get the sending from the other ship that Kiki has noticed something. And Griffle, at the edge of your ship sensors, you get a little ping from something that there is something you're not sure. It is recognizing as a ship, maybe. Either it's a ship that's got some sort of cloaking on it or is underground or is somehow disrupted or hiding itself. You're not certain. There's a moment where you're like, is that the alienist? But it doesn't read as the alienist ship. It's not cloaked. It's just distorted somehow. And then Kiki sends over from the other ship. There is something ahead. Changed place.
Cool. Oh, that's so cool.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Let's go in the crystal pussy.
Wow.
Classic.
That's
And
definitely a butthole.
it even has the waterfall, so you know it's a good time.
When you
Yeah.
when you said changed, was that capital C?
She says it's different than everything around it. And as you can kind of go up closer to it as the ship kind of flies down, Superstition's End is able to fly through the opening of the cave, but it's not like the bubble doesn't fit completely. So like the whole physical body of the ship fits, but like the energy field around it barely fits inside of the thing if you wanted to fly down there. Or you could take sort of the Charsamot is smaller, so it'd be able to fit easier, or the Charsamot has two away things, or you guys could go down to the surface and then head in. How would you guys approach this? And this is probably going to be sort of the thing at the end of session.
Always got to use protection, guys.
I
Don't you
asked
have
for
like 3 kids?
One kid.
Go ahead, Griffle.
I asked for consent.
I think we should go in with our ship.
Mhm.
I don't trust any of this shit ever.
Bubble intact. Hope it doesn't pop.
You're just really leaning into it.
Griffle started. I just
guess
like
everyone
it's all
is.
downhill.
Like midnight flipped over for me, and it was late night on the D&D channel. Like just one
Late
minute to the
night.
next.
Late night prosperity be wildin'.
Definitely doesn't help that I've recently rewatched Deadpool, so it's like, yeah.
So where we'll kind of end session, you take the Superstition's End, starts to kind of float down to get close to the surface, and the entrance to the cave, you can see down below that it does go down pretty far, maybe a couple 100 feet below the surface, but it looks, at least from the top, like one big cavern. And you can see that there's a bunch of like basically the entire interior looks like what the entrance looks like, where it is a bunch of broken crystals. And as you get to the kind of the edge of it, and the edge of the sensation kind of, or the edge of the ship hits the top of the crystal cave, Griffle, your head starts to feel slightly numb. You get this weird sense of contact that you felt when you placed the helm on the table back in the temple.
Oh my god, yes! The
Symbiote?
Christophy!
So the helm, you can feel the helm sort of waking up, that kind of sense of, you can feel like there's a co-pilot again. Like in your head, when you're piloting the ship, you get the sensation that the seat is there again, right? Where it's not just you piloting or you piloting with help. It's like someone else has the ability to sit down next to you in your head. And as soon as the seat kind of opens up, you sense the presence of the crystal helm there, who looks out and then immediately gets up and walks away. So the helm is there. So the co-pilot seat is there. You felt the presence of the helm sit down, look outside, and then forcefully disconnect itself and step away from the console.
Yeah, look, that's fair. These are your friends. You haven't seen them in like I don't know how long. I get it. I get it. It hurts just a little. You know, but this is important to you, and I support that.
So would you let the crystal helm just withdraw?
Yeah, I would.
Thank you. I didn't want to connect with them. I felt death once. I do not want to feel it from them millions of times over again.
Oh.
And you can see as the light from the bottom of your ship and the light from the weapons platform starts to shine below, the interior of this cave is millions of shattered purple crystals.
It's a shattered gate.
And that's where we'll end session.
Damn, I'm so glad we got here. That's cool as fuck. Also very spooky. In the immortal words of Guybrush Threepwood, I'd love to stay in chat, but I gotta go.
Later.
Take care.
Thanks for session. This was fun.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Interesting. Pacing was a
Wow.
little weird, like you said, but it was good. It was good.
Wow, Josh.
Well, I'm glad that we didn't have to summarily execute Captain Crom.
Hmm.
I was
Are you?
was really curious if that was going to be a like throwing down, whether you guys were going to fight him once you found out that he had deceived you all. I don't know if I said this last time, but the guy that watches the show has just been, gleefully waiting for the moment where you guys find out that Crom is not, or that that Salfa Garen is Crom.
Is he current then?
I think he just moved to Vietnam, so and his like internet connection's garbage right now, and he's getting all of his stuff set up for like himself and his wife and his kids.
Yeah.
So I think he's still like 2 episodes behind, or maybe 1 episode behind. I'll have to ask him. It's kind of hard to talk to him because he's 12 hours time difference, but
Yeah.
That's
Well,
pretty good though. He was pretty far behind before.
All right, well, I'm killing the recording here.
All right.